Glamorgan Cricket would like to thank all of their sponsors and partners for their continued support, besides extending a very warm welcome to all spectators here at Sapphire Gardens. Warm welcome as well to the players and officials from Derbyshire, as well as to our two match umpires, Rob Bailey and Neil Bainton, as well as match referee Mike Smith. The official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all games taking place here at Sapphire Gardens this summer. That includes the international matches taking place on the 28th of May when England meet Pakistan, as well as on the 13th of September when England play Australia. Also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various matchday hospitality packages available for all home games here at Sapphire Gardens this summer. That includes those in the Vitality T20 Blast, as well as the 100. Copies of the 2024 Glamorgan Yearbook are now available for purchase from Resumption. Resumption is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. And that's where you can also obtain, free of charge, a score sheet for this match. Also available in Resumption are copies of Chris Cook's testimonial brochure. It's available for a minimum donation of £5. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, is open today. It's situated opposite Gate 2. It will be open until the close of play later this afternoon. It's also selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, as well as a range of recently published cricket books. As far as refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. A reminder that this is a brand new initiative for 2024. And it means that the Lewis Lounge in the National Cricket Centre is now a viewing area for members only. Snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school on the ground floor of the National Cricket Centre. The CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre and contains a number of displays celebrating the long and very proud heritage of cricket here in Wales. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books, as well as old Glamorgan yearbooks, which are also available for purchase. And the museum today will be open until the end of the tea interval. Finally, we stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club we are dedicated to raising the game. So, if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by either contacting, in strictest confidence, your nearest steward, or by texting UNITE to 60650. Thank you very much for your support. Diolch yn fawr iawn. For the benefit of those people just arriving here at Sophia Gardens this morning, Borida, good morning and welcome. The news from the middle is that play will be getting underway at 11:15. We've lost 4 overs, but we still have a minimum of 92 in the day.
Good morning to BBC Sport Online listeners from Sophia Gardens, where the relatively good news is that we'll start play at 11:15, quarter of an hour late after heavy early morning rain, with Derbyshire 40 for 1, chasing a target of 401 to beat Glamorgan, who need 9 wickets in what is now 92 overs scheduled play. So commentary begins just before 11:15 here on BBC Sport Online. Very good morning from Cardiff, where cricket is about to break out, and given the paucity of such occurrences around the UK, I think we ought to be suitably grateful, albeit we might have got underway on time at 10 o'clock. The umpires decided otherwise. We are starting at 11:15 as Derbyshire resume on 40 for 1, chasing 401 for victory. Glamorgan chasing 9 wickets for victory. And fingers crossed for the weather for the next 6 or 7 hours. I'm Nick Webb from BBC Sport Wales. Dav Pritchard is my colleague from Wales, and Mr. Dave Fletcher is representing the visitors. Ladies and gentlemen, Dave Fletcher.
Is your adversary from North. Yeah, morning, Nick. Yeah, I've no idea. Yeah, cricket, eh? I've no idea why we didn't start at 11 o'clock. It was ready. But the umpires clearly thought that extra bit of drying time with the 40-mile-an-hour winds and the glorious sunshine would benefit. Notice that umpire Rob Bailey is just struggling to keep his hat on there, which could be a source of amusement throughout the course of the day if it blows off. The ground staff done a terrific job. They were working hard when we arrived, soon after 8 o'clock, really, to clear the water off the covers. It did rain heavily last night, and my word was it windy. The 6th floor of the hotel was certainly lively.
Yes, I was woken up by rain on the attic windows at around about 4 o'clock, and again about 20 past 7. So we have had some heavy rain in the capital.
I think it's been everywhere, hasn't it? You look at the strong wind warning from the Met Office. It pretty much covers the entirety of the south half of the United Kingdom. So it'll be windy where you are, I'm sure, in all probability. But we're about to see some cricket. It'll be interesting to see who bowls and from where. There we go. So now we know who's bowling from the Cathedral Road end, from which he has bowled the entirety of his overs, I think, in this match. Mir Hamza, because the River Taff end has been the exclusive domain of the spin bowlers, be they off or leg.
Yes, expect to see Mason Crane operating quite a lot from that, if the wind isn't preventing him from doing so.
Well, it's going to affect the bowlers, isn't it? I mean, it'll affect the batsmen as well, but it'll affect the bowlers, I would have thought. It is it's gusty. Very gusty. And the ground staff were at various points waiting for the wind to die down before they removed sheets, which is eminently sensible, but you could see they were just waiting, and as soon as the flags dropped, sheets were whipped off, and in as safe a manner as possible, because it's
they had that health and safety issue at Old Trafford, didn't they, the other day, where the head groundsman didn't want to send his staff out because he said it would be dangerous in the high winds.
We had 13 people on the covers at Edgbaston, and it was still dangerous.
Here's Mir Hamza then to bowl to David Lloyd on 24 not out and defending the first ball back to him. Pragmatic approach from batting coach Ben Smith in your interview last night, Dave?
I think he said as much as he could say, didn't he, really? Yes, an exciting opportunity for 2 or 3 batters, possibly.
If they get in, they can get on with it.
Well,
see where you go.
Yes, it does take us back to the game at Sussex last season that Derbyshire almost won and had to settle for a draw.
Here's Hamza then, left arm around the wicket into bowl. David Lloyd plays firmly to mid-on, and there is no run. Well done to the spectators who gambled on seeing some action this morning, because it wasn't guaranteed, and arriving at the ground 10 o'clock and seeing all the covers on, I thought, hey-ho, we could be in for a quiet morning, but just the 15-minute delay. James Harris is doing some vigorous warming up, so it seems as though we'll see seam at both ends initially anyway, as Hamza is into bowl and Lloyd plays to Carlson at mid-off, and there is no run. So 401 the target, nominal or otherwise. 12 overs bowled last night, 92 being bowled today if the poor weather stays away. Run rate 3.33 at the moment, and Hamza on his way again. Gusty wind to bowl to Lloyd, who defends that again to Carlson at mid-off. So David Lloyd certainly having a look at it and not going hard from the get-go.
No, he batted. He got on with it last night, didn't he? 24 off 23 deliveries at the start of play. The David Lloyd way.
Here for a good time. Here's Hamza, bowls to Lloyd, who will try and make it a long time as well, but blocks that one up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Well, I'm sure you'll enjoy watching him bat. I don't know if you've done that before.
He got quite a lot of runs in a match here a couple of years ago against
I remember.
one of the Midland counties.
Yes.
So this is Derbyshire's modus operandi, to wait for someone to make a big score against them and then sign them, and Aaron Donald and David Lloyd.
Yeah, let's hope it's successful.
Mir Hamza is in to bowl and Lloyd is forward. So, having spoken of David Lloyd's likely aggressive approach, he's just played out a maiden of pretty accurate bowling from Mir Hamza, who didn't give him anything to work with. And it remains 40 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online.
There's one or two of the fielders that look particularly cold out there. And Mason Crane among them, with his hands thrust deep into his pockets. I think more hand warmers have been brought out by the 12th man. Certainly something's been brought out by the 12th man. And it will be James Harris from the River Taff end. He'll have 2 slips. The ball he'll be bowling pretty much into the wind as well. Certainly more into the wind than Mir Hamza was. So it could be tough work. Oh, it's just dropped a touch. The trees at the bottom end aren't bending in half like they were before. Here he comes then around the wicket to the left-handed Lewis Rees, who's on 13. And that one is turned down towards fine leg. There is a fielder down there, so they will pick up just a single. Up and running on day 4. 41 for 1. Lewis Rees moves on to 14. And David Lloyd will resume battle on 24. There's a man with a Santa hat on over there in the... I think it looks like... Well, it probably isn't a Santa hat, but it looks like a Santa hat in the... to the left of the clock, and there aren't that many people there.
Yes, well, it's red with a white trim, whatever it is. Ho, ho, ho.
Here's Harris. Bowls to Lloyd, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Oohs and ahs as the ball goes past and through to the keeper.
If you wish to communicate with us via electronic mail on the subject of this match or any other cricketing matters, fletchcricket@gmail.com, nickweb2017@gmail.com.
And a very warm welcome this morning to listeners to Sports Extra. The paucity of play elsewhere, the lack of play elsewhere. Now, it could be a thriller. Derbyshire 41 for 1 as Harris is in from the River Taff, and it's left alone by Lloyd to go through to Chris Cook, the wicket keeper. The scenario is that Derbyshire need a further 360 runs from 90 and a half overs for victory, which seems unlikely. Glamorgan need 9 wickets, having delayed their declaration yesterday until they were finally forced to by bad light, effectively, or rain. They picked up 1 wicket last night, that of Harry Kame for 3. It was Harris who took it. He's bowling now, bowls to Lloyd down the leg side. The wicketkeeper Cook doesn't take it cleanly. Colin Ingram comes around to tidy things up. We've had an interesting match, which the pitch did all sorts for 2 days, and then not quite as much yesterday. It was quite a drop-off. So it's got a little flat.
Yes, we've seen these drop-offs from seem to doing nothing, but this week it's been spin to doing nothing.
As Harris is in again, balls to Lloyd, who pushes this one out into the offside, fielded in the covers. Again, there's no run, so there's the pesky April weather affecting matches up and down the country, the strong winds, the overnight rain. The ground staff did a brilliant job here, and they were then told, well, we'll give you an extra quarter of an hour just to mark those lines properly, or whatever they were doing. It did seem slightly baffling. We lost 4 overs as Harris is in, bowls to Lloyd, who drives, and Harris goes down, gets a hand to it, takes all the pace out of the ball. And after 2 overs, Derbyshire have added 1 run, 41 for 1. They still need a huge number of runs for victory, and Glamorgan still need 9 wickets.
Indeed. If you want to communicate with us via the medium of X/Twitter, at Fletch Sport, at Nick Webb 2017, at Dav Pritchard, you'll hear him in due course here on BBC Sport Online and 5 Sports Extra. Edward Cooper has obviously got his maths out this morning. Was Cookie the 1000th hundred for Glamorgan in first-class cricket? It's all wrong because there have been multiple double and triple hundreds. Well, yes. Three-figure scores, I think we'll say. Hamza is in to bowl, and Rees plays that one on the leg side. And there is no run. Be very confusing if you start counting Sam Northeast's knock last week as 300s.
Well, he's got 7 of them.
IJ on Twitter, in the wake of our new order related discussion. They're playing in Cardiff on the wake of a game on the eve of a game in Derby, which is why I can't be there. As Hamza is in to bowl to Rees, who defends, no run.
They'll find somebody else to play the keyboards though, won't they?
I think Gillian can do that perfectly well after this long. IJ says, keeping true faith, but there'll be regret if Monday turns out to be blue.
Oh dear.
Thank you, IJ.
Oh dear. All night for that?
No confusion round here. We're having a fine time. 41 for 1 as Hamza bowls, and that's played into the offside by Rees. There will be runs here as it runs up towards the deep extra cover boundary, but the overnight rain making itself felt because the outfield is slower than yesterday, and Rees has to settle for a couple of runs. So he moves on to 16, and the total on to 43 for 1. David Lloyd remaining on his overnight 24. Harry came the man out, leg before to James Harris for 3 as Hamza bowls to Rees and beats him just outside off stump, playing slightly down the wrong line through to Cook.
First one to go through and past the outside edge this morning. There were a few very early on Monday from the New Zealander Blair Tickner and Zach Chappell. That one hasn't deviated at all. He's just played down the wrong line, perhaps expecting it to come back.
One slip and a gully as Hamza is in to bowl, and again just left outside off stump, going straight on and through to Cook, fairly low down. The batting to come for Derbyshire: Wayne Madsen, who top scored with 63 in the first innings, Brooke Gass the keeper, Anarin Donald, Anuj Dal, Alex Thompson, the middle and lower order, rather short of runs in the first innings, so they'll be looking to redress that given a chance. Zach Chappell, Sam Connors and Blair Tickner was the first innings order, as Hamza is in to bowl through outside off stump. Through to Cook, no shot played once more. 43 for 1 at the end of the over, and Glamorgan again without seam bowler Jamie McIlroy due to a shoulder injury suffered on the first evening of the game before he'd bowled a ball. So his contribution to the game remains at 4 runs. Wasn't required to bat second time round, and sounds as one would assume from that he's unlikely to unlikely to make the trip to Northampton starting on Friday. So we'll get an update from Coach Grant Bradburn on various injuries after this.
James Harris from the River Taff end, bowling to David Lloyd, who defends it straight back down the pitch, really. Inspections all over the place around the country happening around now. If you haven't heard, if you were on Sports Extra, you may well have done. At Chelmsford and at Southampton, they're inspecting at 11:30. Play to start at the Oval at midday. They are underway at Edgbaston as Harris is in to bowl to Lloyd, who clips that up to a wide mid-on. And again, there is no run. Play due to start imminently at Bristol, although there was a very large puddle on the outfield there from a photograph I saw earlier on Twitter. That's Gloucestershire against Yorkshire. Inspection at 12:40, so presumably a 12 o'clock lunch. That's at Grace Road in the game between Leicestershire and Sussex. And the outfield is wet at Northampton as Harris comes in and bowls to Lloyd, who defends it straight back to the bowler. And there's no run, and that will just be slightly frustrating for a certain Elias Duploy, who is on 196 not out, looking to become the 3rd double centurion in the match. And were that's to be the case, it would be the 12th time in the history of first-class cricket there have been 3 double centuries in a first-class match, and Deploy was in the last one as well. Harris bowls outside the off stump. Lloyd leaves on the walk as he marches into the offside once the ball goes past the off stump. Deploy didn't make too many. Tom Haynes, Jiteshwar Pujara and Shan Masood making double centuries in the game between Derbyshire and Sussex this time last year. You remember when it was warm? Yeah, then. Here, 43 for 1. Sun's out, but I wouldn't say necessarily that it was warm. I think that's fair to say. Next delivery from Harris is pushed up to mid-off by David Lloyd, who hasn't played a shot in anger.
Strange, isn't it?
So far this morning.
Given his approach last night, although
Yes.
some of that was against the spinners who were required to bowl in the gloom to keep the players on. Deploy's highest score, 238 not out at Worcester last season.
Yes, batting along with Anuj Dal, as I remember. There is Harris in and bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side by Lloyd, and he's going to get a run in now. Then he might have to hurry. If that hits, he's in trouble, and he's gone. A direct hit from Mason Crane at mid-wicket. One stump to aim at. Lloyd has gone. I'm not sure there was a single there. It got past the man close in on the leg side. Crane picked up, and that is a huge, huge blow for Derbyshire's hopes of survival, let alone anything else. And a huge boost to Glamorgan's hopes of victory. Derbyshire 43 for 2 now. Lloyd goes for 24.
Well, there were 2 factors there. One, Lloyd hesitated for several steps, about a third down the wicket, and then he had to run round bowler James Harris, who wasn't actually looking to obstruct him in any way, but it was a fine piece of fielding from Mason Crane. Lloyd probably had to go half a step further to get round Harris, who was turning and trying to get back to the stumps. And really that is a self-inflicted blow in the manner of Colin Ingram's dismissal for Glamorgan yesterday.
Yes, that is not good. Not good from a Derbyshire perspective. Hopefully by the time we speak to him at the close of play he'll have calmed down, and he's a fairly mild-mannered individual from my experience talking to him, David Lloyd, but he won't be happy as Wayne Madsen trots down the steps away to our left-hand side and enters the field of play. Well, he'll enter the field of play in about 30 or 40 seconds time. It's a long way from the bottom of the steps to the boundary's edge, because we're playing a little over to the right. It's still not a ridiculously small boundary, as you might have seen at some games over the course of the opening round of matches. Nor does it have a stand cutting off a quarter of the pitch, but we are across to the right from where we're seated. So 43 for 2, Lloyd gone. Madsen comes out to join Rees. Lloyd and Madsen were the half-centurions in the Derbyshire first innings. Madsen actually dismissed by a very fine catch from Asa Tribe, the substitute fielder who was on, I assume he still is on, in place of Jamie McElroy, who parried the ball into the air. A well-struck drive from Madsen, and then had the wits to spot where the ball was and get it at the second attempt. Anyway, Madsen starts afresh at 43 for 2.
And it's a new over to be bowled by Mir Hamza, so Madsen is on strike because Lloyd was run out at the non-striker's end. As Hamza is in to bowl, and Madsen is forward defending up to mid-off Carlson. Hamza has been pretty on target with his opening couple of overs this morning. Glamorgan handed really a bonus wicket there with Lloyd running himself out. It would be interesting to try and look back and decipher the calling between those two, because Rees ran non-stop, Lloyd did not, but obviously thought it was too late to send Rees back. Hamza bowls. Madsen gets a ball that just kicks a little bit off the pitch, and Madsen gets on top of the bounce and plays it down defensively into the offside as the wind continues to whistle round Sapphire Gardens. Neil Thornycroft on Twitter says, "Can't complain, day 4 and any result possible." Derbyshire win slightly less possible after the exit of David Lloyd. Emir Evans hoping for a good day of it for Glamorgan. Live stream on in the office with the comms loud and clear.
Good man.
I presume it's either a home office or he's the boss of the office. As Hamza is in to bowl, that's on leg stump, and that is something of a freebie for Wayne Madsen to get off the mark. Flicked off his legs down towards backward square, and 4 runs are taken. You may notice the lack of crowd reaction. That's because the crowd understandably is very sparse at this early stage, because realistically an hour before start you wouldn't have known whether there's prospect of play this morning. All the covers were still on when I arrived at the ground. There's Hamza in to bowl, driven nicely through the offside by Madsen. There'll be more runs here, I think 3 of them, as it stops about 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. Carlson with the throw from in the deep in front of the cricket school, and Madsen is safely back for 3, so he has hastened on to 7, and Derbyshire are 50 for 2, needing 351 runs to win. Not even the Derbyshire followers could manage a round of applause. Are they frozen, petrified, ossified?
A little knot of them down below us who've got their hands firmly in their pockets, and every single one of them, bar one, I think, has got his hood up.
As Hamza bowls to Rees, who defends to mid-on, and there is no run. Perhaps most hands are too firmly thrust in pockets to bother with fripperies like applauding.
One of our number forgot his big coat, so he's in all sorts of trouble. I'd have lent him mine, but it would have been too big.
As Hamza to finish this is 6 over, 0 for 14. A couple of deliveries slightly off target in this over. Comes in to bowl to Lewis Rees, and he defends it out on the offside. 50 for 2. Lloyd run out 24, the wicket of the morning. If you're wondering about a public address system female voice chuntering somewhere in the deep background. That's because we're next to the National Hockey Centre here at Sophia Gardens, and I presume there's some sort of match or tournament occurring there just behind this building, so we sometimes get some of the noise from there as the Glamorgan flag unwraps itself from the flagpole and billows out free. Derbyshire seems to be not quite fixed correctly on its flagpole. It's looking rather askew. As Harris in to bowl to Madsen, who pushes defensively to mid-off, and there is no run. Dan Whiting, no, we don't have a bizarre love triangle going on. Yeah, we've had those couple, Neil Thornycroft, of New Order titles. What a throw by Mason Crane, says Andrew Strong. Come on, Glamorgan, he says. Harris in to bowl, down leg side. Madsen clips it away for his 8th run. Hamza is the fielder down at long leg in front of us, in front of that knot of shivering Derbyshire supporters. And the field changes round between left and right hands. Derbyshire had to do quite a lot of that changing round in the field with Glamorgan's lineup containing 4 left-hand batters. Rees is the only left-hander in this Derbyshire 11. As Rees is fiddling about a bit with the stumps and making Harris wait. Umpire Bainton stands in Harris's way, and Umpire Bailey is now going to have to go in from his position, or think about it. Rees is trying to get the bails right. Not sure if he's got them entirely straight. Yes, that'll do. That's good enough. Maybe the odd occasion when the bails blow off today, such as the strength of the wind. You're listening to BBC Sport Online and 5 Sports Extra as Harris comes round the wicket to the left-handed Rees, who shoulders arms, and that is an awkward take for Chris Cook, that he settles for a block because it was on the second bounce, so Cook may need to advance a pace or two as this wicket, well, we haven't seen spin yet today. It has given the seam bowlers precious little help throughout, but it did turn considerably on days 1 and 2. Harris in to bowl. Rees plays off the back foot into the covers. Fielded enthusiastically by Al Hassan, and there's no run. Cloud comes over, dropping the temperature a degree or 2 further outside. Wonder what stage in the season we get to before we can stop complaining about the early start and how the schedule should be different. Harris bowls outside off stump again, keeping low and again barely reaching Cook. He claps his hands. He shouldn't need to do that to keep warm. The large yellow gloves on for the Glamorgan testimonial man. 51 for 2, a bit of a chilly breeze blowing in through the window of the commentary box. One slip Ingram and a gully northeast as Harris bowls, and Rees turns on the leg side. There is no run. It is the end of the over. 51 for 2. Madsen 8, Rees 16, and David Lloyd did not add to his overnight 24 before he was run out by a direct hit from Mason Crane at mid-wicket. That was 43 for 2. So chilly work. We hope the rain will stay away. There's the possibility of more showers. Let's see what the Met Office has to say. 60% chance of rain at 2 o'clock and 50% at 4 o'clock, according to the latest Met Office prognostication. As Hamza bowls, squares Madsen up, ball running out towards point, no run. So a victory bid by either team will have to be pressed on with. Glamorgan needing 8 wickets, Derbyshire still needing 350 runs, and their approach this morning has not been hugely aggressive, as that is defended back down the pitch by Madsen. No run. Glamorgan's over 8 is +4, so they have nothing much to worry about there. As Dav Pritchard joins me on commentary for the first time this morning. Morning, Dav.
Morning, Nick. Morning, everyone.
At least we've got cricket. Lots of people haven't. Glamorgan with a little bit of hope from dismissing their former captain early. That's clipped into the leg slide, slightly uppishly, but it'll run away for 4 runs past Douthwaite at square leg. And Madsen moves on. As, there was initial interest in that, but it was nowhere near the fielder. Ran very quickly between mid-wicket and square leg to the grandstand ropes. Madsen moves to 12, Derbyshire to 55 for 2 here on BBC Sport Online. They've started over in Bristol as well. Gloucestershire 98 for 4, needing 400 to win or to defend until any rain comes. Hamza is in to bowl and whacks Madsen on the pad. There's a howl of an appeal that doesn't last for very long, and umpire Bailey is unmoved. That one going down leg side, fairly obviously.
Yeah, height might have been an issue as well, but I think given Glamorgan's position in this game, fielders, as you'd imagine, all quite excitable and looking to apply pressure at any moment they get.
Here's Hamza then in to bowl to Madsen, who pushes that one up to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. They're playing in Division 1 at Edgbaston, where Durham remain 2 down in their second innings, 27 for 2, 154 behind, despite having top 500 in their first innings. Warwickshire, you may remember, 698 for 3 declared. So Durham under extreme scoreboard pressure, but have responded pretty well so far. As Hamza bowls, and there's another howl as it just eludes the outside edge of Madsen's bat. Hamza down on one knee, wondering on the unfairness of life in general, and Hamza and cricket in particular, getting a consoling pat from Ul Hassan as that one just eluded the outside edge and just eluded the stumps as well. So a false shot from Madsen. Rees is on 16, Madsen has 12. It's 55 for 2. And we're going to see Mason Crane back in action. 4 for 60 in the first innings, and came on last night. Got hit by David Lloyd a few times in the evening gloom. He's 0 for 20 at the moment.
Yeah, just on that last Hamza delivery, he's been coming around the wicket and angling it in the left armour to the right-handed Madsen, as he had done in Derbyshire's first innings as well. But that seemed to be the first ball that he managed to just get to straighten off the pitch, and just left Madsen slightly. But yeah, didn't quite get the edge. And the ball seemed to slightly die after it passed the bat in any case. Didn't quite reach Chris Cook. But encouragement for Hamza that he has managed to move it in a different direction that he'd managed previously. As Crane gets ready to bowl his 5th over of this innings from the River Taff end. Yeah, as you said, Nick, got a bit of rough treatment from David Lloyd last night, but got his revenge with a run out this morning. So Crane on his Glamorgan debut, 4 wickets to his name from the first innings. He turned it sharply, but as we saw from Alex Thompson, who had 12 wickets in the match, he didn't get the same purchase yesterday. How will the pitch behave for Crane? He's over the wicket and bowling to the left-handed Lewis Rees, who pads the ball down to mid-off for no run.
Welcome bit of sunshine, but from the brief time spent in the middle yesterday.
Here's Crane again. Rees on the back foot, working onto the leg side. Again, no run.
Or spent outside. I don't think the sun on the last couple of days has made much difference to the temperatures.
No, big coats, the hoodies seem to be the order of the day from the spectators in front of us. A few woolly hats as well. A bright but chilly day. Still some cloud cover in Cardiff. Blue skies, a bright day, but yeah, certainly not the most spring-like day you're likely to see. There's Mason Crane and Captain Sam Northeast have a discussion as to what they can do with this field. It's a fairly attacking one, as you'd expect with the match situation as it is. Lewis Rees has a leg slip, a short leg and a conventional slip nearby, and another helmet is making its way onto the field as well, so we can expect to see another player in a catching position. Indeed, Billy Root puts that helmet on at leg slip. Dan Douthwaite makes his way over to the leg side, so a predominantly leg side field here. Only the slip and 2 other fielders on the offside as Crane comes around the wicket to Rees. Rees tries sweeping. It seems to hit a combination of bat and pad. Some interest from the fielders, but it lands safely. Yeah, Rees, like Lloyd yesterday evening, perhaps thinking that attack is the best form of defence. Quite an aggressive stroke there from the opening bat as Crane comes around the wicket again, and Rees tries to sweep that once more. Still not connecting properly with it as the ball trundles down to Dan Douthwaite on the 45 for no run. Tidy start so far from Crane. 4 balls into his first over of the day. No runs from them yet. As he's around the wicket once more to Rees, who works this down through the mid-wicket region, and he'll look to come back for a second run there, and will do so comfortably. So Rees moves on to 18, Derbyshire 57 for 2, trailing by 343 with 1 ball remaining in the 20th over of this second innings. As Crane comes in again, Rees is sweeping and finds Dan Douthwaite, albeit along the ground, for no run. So that's the end of the over. Crane's first of the morning yields 2 runs for Derbyshire, an inch ever closer to that somewhat notional target of 401.
Indeed, the run rate has dropped below 3 now, 2.85. David Battersby with a few more New Order related puns. Glamorgan win today. Dreams never end, or is this the chosen time? Any crowd in today, or are you in a lonely place? Yeah, I think we'll call time on the New Order related comments. The reason being that they're playing in Cardiff Bay on the night that I'm due to be in Derby in August, relating to some commentary from last night. But thank you for your contributions, one and all. As Hamza is in to bowl, defended by Madsen, to Carlson at mid-off. I wonder if Carlson will be twirling any off breaks this morning, or whether we'll just see Crane bowling at one end and the seamers rotating at the other. Glamorgan has seamer down with Jamie McIlroy off with a shoulder injury, which has stopped him bowling in the match at all. Hamza, as the clouds scud by overhead, is in to Madsen, who turns the wrists on it and plays it Douthwaite, who's keeping the umpire company at square leg. No run. 57 for 2. Derbyshire's next match at home to Leicestershire on Friday, and Glamorgan are away to Northants. Coverage of both, of course, via the BBC Sport website and app. As Hamza makes his way away from us, around the wicket left arm, driven by Madsen, straight to mid-on all along the ground. And there is no run.
Yeah, a bit like Blair Tickner for Derbyshire in this match. Mir Hamza gets excited at more or less anything off his own bowling, doesn't he? Fairly harmless on drive there from Wayne Madsen. Hamza with his arms outstretched, looking to the skies, a strained cry. Certainly provides entertainment, the Pakistan left armour.
Can he provide wickets today, though, as he bowls? And Madsen taking one hand off the bat as he plays it out into the offside, and there's no run. 57 for 2. Madsen has 12. Rees has 18. Lloyd run out by Crane for 24. Last night came Lagby for Harris for 3. Fall of wickets 7 and 43. As Hamza comes in past his little pile of sawdust, shirt flapping, bowls down leg side, poked away rather by Madsen to Douthwaite at square leg. Again, there is no run. Rees 18 off 54 balls. Is out scoring in the first innings, so obviously a cautious start in particular this time round, having caned Glamorgan to all parts of Sophia Gardens and the County Ground Derby last season with a remarkable tally of 590 runs for twice out across his 4 innings in the Championship. As Hamza bowls again, Madsen again plays it on the leg side, but straight to one of the mid-wickets. No run, and the over. 57 for 2. 344 runs needed for victory. 8 wickets for Glamorgan. Overs remaining 83, but I think we're likely to cop a shower at some point.
Yeah, we've had showers forecast for kind of mid-afternoon throughout this match, so that will be in the back of Glamorgan's minds, but of course regardless of the forecast they'll be eager to press ahead and try and make the most of this strong position they've put themselves in. There were some question marks, weren't there, Nick, yesterday about the timing of their declaration. Could it have come a little sooner given the forecast? Could they have bowled at Derbyshire a little longer?
Possibly. I thought an hour or so, which they would have got, was about right. Take the target up to 400.
Here comes Crane to Rees, who's on the back foot and hitting it through the covers, and that will be a boundary for Lewis Rees, taking his score on to 22. Derbyshire 61 for 2. That target 401 is 340 runs away.
Yeah, I wasn't too worried about the timing of the declaration. It came when they went off for a shower. It would have probably come around about then anyway.
As Crane is in again, fuller delivery, which Rees plays down the leg side and will think about a second run but settle for 1.
And the advantage of having a target that looks almost out of sight is that you can allow Mason Crane to bowl with attacking fields and not to worry too much about the odd bad ball that gets put away. Having said that, the field suddenly becomes slightly less attacking, or is it just attacking in a different way? 2 more players going round on the drive for Madsen.
Yeah, so field is in relatively close, not the conventional attacking field, but cover and mid-wicket are fairly close, certainly catching positions. Perhaps the plan is to get Madsen to play his attacking game, which naturally he does like to do, as Crane comes to him over the wicket, and Madsen drives tidily along the ground for no run to mid-on. Crane at the top of his mark, spinning the ball in his hands, and he's in to Madsen, who's on the back foot and almost getting his bat on that.
Richard Blake emails, great to get the key early wicket. Hopefully we can make more early inroads. Enjoying our coverage. Thank you, Richard.
Just seen that latest delivery from Crane on the replay. That turned sharply, pitching around middle and off, and just leaving Madsen. As Crane comes in again to Madsen, who tries to sweep, and he manages to connect firmly with this one, and that will reach the boundary at the rate of knots. Wayne Madsen moves on to 16, second boundary for Derbyshire off this Mason Crane over. They're 66 for 2.
Stephen Pepperell emails me with regard to the run out. Probably better leave it after this delivery, because the ball is on its way back. Now to Mason Crane.
Yeah, here is Crane at the top of his mark. A longer run up than most spinners, as he gives the ball a rub and flicks it from one hand to the other. Gives his hand a blow in these chilly conditions, and he's into Madsen, who's on the back foot, playing it through extra cover for a comfortable single. That brings the 22nd over to a close. Derbyshire 67 for 2, the target 401.
So Crane a little bit expensive, but Glamorgan won't worry. They've got runs to play with. Stephen Pepperell says, looking at the run-outs, Harris did unintentionally impede Lloyd's path. Without that, he may have got in. Could the umpire, Harris, or the captain overturn the decision on fair play ethics, or was it just accepted as bad luck? I think in this case it was just accepted as bad luck, because Harris had his back to the batter, David Lloyd. Harris was moving legitimately towards the stumps, as he had every right to do. And David Lloyd was undone really by stopping for a couple of strides earlier in his run, as well as the extra probably half stride it was. So it wasn't obviously intentional blocking, in which case the umpire would call it not out if he judged it was intentional. It's just one of these things. Glamorgan could withdraw the appeal, but I don't think they had any reason to on that occasion. Harris in to bowl, and Madsen pushes on the onside, and there's no run. I suppose if the bowler collided firmly with the batter, who was left sprawling on the ground as a result of it, they might think twice about appealing. But as long as it's accidental, then it's just bad luck for the batter. As Harris bowls and Madsen drives to mid-off, and there is no run. And Harris switching ends. Hasn't bowled too often from this Cathedral Road end during the course of the match.
Yeah, which is slightly surprising, given it has primarily been seen bowling from this end, and the spin has tended to come from the river end.
Harris in bowls. Down the wicket comes Madsen, extraordinarily an appeal, even though he drove it to mid-on. Maybe one or two thinking that it had hit the pad first, but he was a long way down. Yeah, it might have been pad first actually, but he was so far down it wouldn't have been given.
Quite, it would have been some call to give Madsen out LBW, having taken 2 strides down the pitch, even if this pitch is playing low on occasion.
Yeah, it might have hit, but you can't really give it out that far down. Harris bowls. Madsen pushes that one off the back foot to northeast. Rather interesting that Madsen trying to hit Harris off his length already.
Yeah, it does seem that is Madsen's way of playing, isn't it? Perhaps if a player was to play within himself and play too defensively, that might be the way that they get out. So for natural stroke players like Madsen and Donald to come.
Harris bowls and Madsen plays to cover. No run.
Yeah, they won't want to inhibit themselves unduly, will they, Derbyshire? Yes, the run chase is improbable, but better to play your natural game and try and dispatch the bad balls and keep the bowlers under some kind of pressure.
Sun disappearing again temporarily as Harris races in. Right arm over. Madsen drives. Again, driving straight and driving to Hamza at mid-on. And, well, Harris has got a nice straight line. He's offered absolutely nothing. He's got 1 for 10 in 6 overs. He was economical in the first innings as well. He was economical up at Lords, even though he wasn't in the wickets there. And it's been a pretty positive start to the season for James Harris, getting a few runs with the bat as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, Nick, since he's returned from Middlesex, would you say he's bowling as well as he has done for Glamorgan? He seems to be bowling with a rhythm and an accuracy and a consistency that seemed to evade him at times last year and the season before that.
Yes, he's definitely more economical. Got 3 for 28 in the first innings. So yeah, this is very welcome signs from Harris.
Crane continues from the river end and he's into Rees, who drives off the back foot. There's a chase on for Zainul Hassan and Rees will return for 2 runs. Yeah, very leg side heavy field for Crane on that occasion, straying onto the offside, and Rees was able to help himself to a couple of runs. Here comes Crane around the wicket once more to the left-handed Rees, who defends and works it off his legs down to the leg side for a single. This will be where Crane wants to be bowling against the right-handed batters. Madsen's on strike again. Crane turning one sharply in the last over to Madsen as he comes back over the wicket to the right-hander. And Madsen defends the first ball he faces for no run. As Crane makes his way back to his run, shirt billowing lightly in the wind. And he's into Madsen, who works this off his legs for a single.
I guess this is one of those days where the batters just have to try and break it down into smaller units of time. It's not really too much point in thinking about batting until 6 o'clock. You say, right, we're going to bat for the next half hour, we're going to bat till lunch, etc., and just concentrate on what's happening in the moment.
Here comes Crane to Rees, who sweeps. There's a big appeal for leg before wicket, and umpire Paynton is unmoved. Rees getting a big stride in there. Crane was very interested.
That would probably have hit, but the impact was outside off stump, I would guess, on the first replay anyway.
It does seem to be the case. Yeah, a tight call, a good appeal, but yes, Rees's stride doing him a favour there as Crane bowls to him once more, and Rees appears to pad that one away, not offering a shot to end the 24th over. Derbyshire 71 for 2. They require another 330 runs to win.
One more from me, and we'll hear again from Dave Fletcher of BBC Radio Derby, so the commentary is not too Welsh accented. 71 for 2. 3-2-9 they are behind, 330 to win. We've got, I presume, intervals at normal times unless it rains today. 1 o'clock lunch, 3:40 tea. They're generally fixed on the final day. And Glamorgan now looking to pick up catches on the drive on the leg side on this slowish surface. There are a couple of mid-wickets as Harris bowls back of a length, and Madsen gets rather tucked up as he chops it down into the gully. A token slip, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, 2 mid-wickets, a forward square leg close to the umpire, and a fine leg in the distance on the boundary. Here comes Harris running away from us as we look out over, long off, and bowls, and Madsen up on his toes, again chopping it down into the gully, and there is no run.
Yeah, that wind is picking up. You can see the trees behind the River Taff end swaying now. Players' shirts billowing.
The good thing is that any rain clouds will be blown over quickly, and it's just a question of how much damage they do in the meantime, how much they dump on central Cardiff as Harris bowls up in the block hole. It's a hit on the pad as he looks to flick it through mid-wicket, and there's no run, and we still only have 3 county games in action. Gloucestershire looking to defend and salvage a draw at Bristol. They're 115 for 4. Still 383 nominally to win there. As Harris in, and Madsen with a straight bat up to Douthwaite, who's moved from square leg to mid-on. Tribe has gone out to chat to the umpire, Neil Bainton. Edgbaston is the only action in Division 1 where Durham haven't lost any further wickets today. They're 50 for 2, 131 short of avoiding the innings defeat. Harris in, bowls. Madsen plays that one nicely. Backward of square on the offside. It's a chase for Crane down towards the backward point boundary. They'll come back for 2 very comfortable runs. And Madsen making nice progress. Not too many alarms for Derbyshire, with the exception of the run out this morning. Madsen has 20. It's 73 for 2 after 25 overs. Will be 25 overs after this delivery from Harris. In, bowls to Wayne Madsen, who drives on the leg side, picks out Crane, Tribe rather, at square leg. No run, and the over. 73 for 2 here on BBC Sport Online. Madsen 20, Rees 26, Lloyd run out for 24. Dave Fletcher and Dav Pritchard will take you onwards towards luncheon.
Yes, as Nick says, not many alarms for Derbyshire so far, save for that run out. As we saw yesterday, the pitch has flattened quite a bit, having turned sharply on the first 2 days, with Alex Thompson, Derbyshire's star of the match, picking up a hatful of wickets in both innings, and Mason Crane impressing for Glamorgan. He's managed to turn it, as you'd expect a leg break bowler to do on most surfaces, but it's been fairly true so far as he bowls to Rees, who defends on the front foot. Hi, Dave.
The only way you can tell that it's the same pitch is by that little bit of sawdust or sand that has been there for the entire match on the square, because you'd think it was a different pitch that we were playing on now to day 1 and 2, wouldn't you?
Absolutely, as Crane is in once again. It was remarkable, wasn't it, to see Thompson on day 1 turn it square.
Yeah. Well, he got 7 wickets in the first innings and 5 in the second, which is the wrong way round, clearly. So I just want to tell you when this delivery's been bowled. About a tweet from George DeBell.
Here's Crane Bowling around the wicket to Rees, who leaves it alone.
It works for Cricket Info, of course, George. It's taken a photograph of a 7-2 leg side field at Edgbaston as though it was something unusual. How many 7-2 leg side fields have we seen over the course of the first couple of days? There were loads, weren't there?
Absolutely.
Loads.
There's Crane balls again. And Rees sweeps here to deep backward square where James Harris does the fielding. Yeah, it's only two outfielders, as it were, and the slip on the offside for Crane, bowling to Lewis Rees. A different matter for Madsen, as you might expect, with Crane spinning the ball away from the Derbyshire batter, who faces this one and sweeps down towards Zainul Hassan on the 45, and he'll limit Madsen to a single. Yeah, we've seen that with some of the pace bowlers as well, haven't we? Taking slips out and putting catches in at short mid-wicket.
That was when the pitch was lively. And look, now it's 6-3, leg side.
Here comes Crane to Rees, who's forward defending onto the leg side. And that's the end of the 26th over. Derbyshire 75 for 2. Still require another 326 runs to win, but going about their business fairly calmly and comfortably so far, except for that David Lloyd run out.
Yes, an unnecessary run out, really. I was on at the time, and Nick posed the question. It'd be nice to see that the replay so we could work out who called and what, but it was his call. It was definitely David Lloyd's call. He would have been running, well, he was running towards the danger end. Unfortunately, didn't run quite quickly enough to the danger end and was therefore run out. But brilliant piece of fielding by Mason Crane. I've got a Griff stat for you. This one's quite good. It's not quite as niche as some of David Griffin's stats are, but Wayne Madsen, when he scored the 7th run of this innings, he's now on to 21. He's passed 21,000 all-format runs for Derbyshire, which is a lot of runs. As James Harris bowls, and he was almost a goner there, Wayne Madsen. He's got a little faint inside edge, and it went past leg stump down to a very fine leg for 4. And he moves on to 25, 79 for 2, and that was a definite life for Wayne Madsen. It just goes to show it doesn't matter how many runs you've scored, you're always inevitably going to get out at some point.
He threw everything at that, didn't he? You saw it whistling through the covers to the boundary, but in reality there's just a little bit of movement back in from Harris, and yeah, fortunate not to clatter that into his own stumps.
Harris is in again and bowls to Madsen, who defends this time very sensibly back towards the bowler, and there's no run. I should have read this out a little earlier, Nick, and I apologise for not doing so. Nick Buxton, second game of the season, the winner of the dumbest run out of the season award has already been sewn up. I'm going to attempt to send the biblical hailstorm currently pelting the East Midlands towards you. I think it would have to fight the wind. Away to our left, it is absolutely hosing it down. But here we have sunshine. It's going to be that kind of day. You feel it a little bit hit and miss. I'm not sure the wizards in the Met office or wherever they are can forecast exactly where the rain's going to hit as Harris bowls and Madsen defends, because it is a sunshine and showers kind of day. It's a typical April day, but with 40-mile-an-hour winds lumped on top. The sun, or the clouds, went in front of the sun before, and the whole ground just sort of, it was like somebody had flicked a switch. The cloud went across that quickly. It went considerably darker. Not as dark as it was when we came off last night and the night before, as Harris is in and bowls to Madsen, who cuts but straight to the man at backward point. And there's no run. That man is Dan Douthwaite is there now. He's been all over. Dan Douthwaite, he's gone from square leg to mid-on to point in the blink of an eye.
And we've had a new order puns. Peter Roberts has been in touch on X and
good.
Twitter. no more New Order puns.
No,
but,
I'm happy with them.
But he says this is warm coat weather, and he's sent us a playlist of warm coat songs.
Oh, it just strikes the pad of Wayne Madsen. He's a long way down the pitch. Would have been a guess from umpire Rob Bailey. I fancy he took 2 steps forward, and it was hit around the knee roll, perhaps going down leg side as well. James Harris knew quite quickly the finger wasn't going to go up.
And warm coat, not songs about warm coat, but it's actually a
with the words warm coat in them.
Apparently there's a band from South Wales called Warm Coat. Check them out on Spotify, I'm told.
Who knew? Harris bowls. He bowled him! Full legs delivery. Ball nestles between the off stump and the leg stump. And Wayne Madsen has gone. He was playing quite an expansive drive at that one. It was full of length. Madsen goes for 25. Glamorgan have their 2nd wicket of the morning and their 3rd in total. Derbyshire 79 for 3 now. That victory target looks a long, long way away. Glamorgan needs 7 more wickets.
And James Harris had given Madsen a few warning shots. He's been moving the ball in nicely this morning. Had an inside edge earlier that ran down to the boundary. And this one, the movement was just that little bit more pronounced. Might have just brushed the pad on the way in, but a fine delivery from Harris. Full, straight, a bit of movement. And that does for Wayne Madsen. That's a big blow for Derbyshire. The run machine has gone, and Glamorgan sense that victory might be in their sights.
Absolutely. Removes his helmet as he makes his way towards the bottom of the stairs away to our left-hand side. But Guest likely to pass him on the way down. It looks like Brooke Guest from here. They're a long way away and they're running towards us with helmets on. All cricketers look the same, don't they, really? And that looks like Brooke Guest, who's coming out to join Lewis Rees in the middle. Rees, who had a rare failure against Glamorgan in the first innings. He's on 27.
Is Brooke Guest.
Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. Good scorer, and obviously has the advantage of him walking away and being able to see his name and number, but there's that little bend, and then he jogs onto the field of play. Brooke Guest trying to get his eyes accustomed to the light, which is variable. It's just gone a bit cloudy for the time being.
And those clouds are a bit darker as well, aren't they?
As soon as I said that, the sun comes out, so it's almost pointless me saying whether it's sunny or not, because in any given second it could be either.
In fairness, it's one of those days, isn't it?
It's one of those two, or somewhere in between, I imagine.
The weather is weathery.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. It's one of those days when you wouldn't want to be a forecaster, because it is almost impossible, I think, to work out exactly what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, and even where it's going to happen.
So that was the end of the over. James Harris's dismissal of Wayne Madsen. So it'll be Lewis Rees on strike to face Mason Crane, who's looking for his first wicket of this innings to go with his 4 from the first. Making his first appearance for Glamorgan, having joined on loan from Hampshire, the former England international spinner. As he comes over the wicket to the left-handed Lewis Rees. Crane trots in and bowls, and Rees defends onto the offside for no run.
It's going to get harder and harder for Derbyshire, as Glamorgan will be able to attack more and more.
As Crane is in again, and Rees drives off the back foot and will get a single with Zainul Hassan doing the fielding.
As they contemplated a second, a few members of the crowd got very excited at the prospect. One of the advertising boards down below has just blown off.
Yeah, you can tell it's a chilly one by how few Derbyshire players there are on the balcony as well.
They might be queuing up for lunch by now.
Don't blame them. Yeah, just one hardy soul on the pavilion balcony as Crane gets ready to deliver Guest's first ball. Defends. Crane is interested, but nothing doing on this occasion. But he'll be keen to keep bowling to the right-handed guest. He ripped a few against Madsen. He'll be looking for similar extravagant turn now as he goes to the top of his mark and runs in from the river end.
Oof.
Ball goes to first slip. Was that a drop or was that just sharp turn?
I think it was just turn. It's turned from outside leg stump, I think. I've got a replay now. Oh, it's hit his pad, hasn't it?
Pad, yeah, pitched outside leg. It did look like a serious deviation, but yeah, the reaction suggested it wasn't a drop. Encouragement for Crane though with that spin. Again, guest defends.
You're right, he should be able to get it to turn on any surface really, shouldn't he, as a wrist spinner.
Here comes Crane over the wicket to guest who drives this time. And he'll scamper through for his single at mid-off where Kieran Carlson does the fielding. And Crane has his hands on his head once again. I'm not quite sure what for on that occasion, but he's excitable, he's in the game.
Yeah, he sort of played it on the up, didn't he? Played it in the air. It was never ever going to reach James Harris, but more encouragement, as if Mason Crane needed any more encouragement. He's gone for 40 in his 9 overs, but most of those were yesterday, scored by David Lloyd. Today he's been very good indeed, and of course pulled off a terrific run out with one stump to aim at to get rid of Lloyd. The first wicket to fall today, 81 for 3. Derbyshire got to bat for another 76 overs effectively now to get a draw. And that's how much time Glamorgan have, barring any interruptions, to get these remaining 7 wickets. As Harris is in from the Cathedral Road end, ball turned into the leg side by Guest, picked up there by the substitute fielder Asa Tribe, and there is no run. There's disappointingly little cricket being played around the country. Greg's been in touch. Given all the hope of a new improved Derbyshire this season, the batting against Glamorgan so far has echoes of last season. As Harris is in, and that one is off an inside edge, then onto the pad possibly, and goes down to fine leg for a run to Brooke Guest, who now gets to the score he had in the first innings. He's on 2. Reese has 28, 82 for 3. Incidentally, says Greg, did I hear you say the other day that Goose has come down to Cardiff? Yes, Goose is here. Nobody knows why he's called Goose, but he is. And I have seen him in the ground today, although I think he's gone seeking shelter somewhere. I can't see him at the moment. There are a number of beanies and bobble hats being worn out there today. Harris around the wicket to the left-handed. Reese, who reaches for that one outside the off stump without moving his feet. Ball goes through to Chris Cook. Not the shot that I'm sure he would have wanted to have played. Lewis Reese.
Yeah, unlike him so far in this innings, not really sure where that came from. Bit of a grope outside the off stump, as you said, Dave not moving his feet. Harris bowling nicely.
And Harris in again, bowls up's better. Reese getting to the pitch of the ball and pushing it out into the offside. Billy Root does the fielding, an extra cover. Don't forget, I'm not going to read out all the email addresses, mainly because I can't remember them. But you can get in touch with us on email or X, or I was going to say or any other form of social media, but I think if you go beyond X, then certainly 2 of us in the box wouldn't have the first idea where to look. As Harris is in, bowls on the leg stump, turned off his hip by Reese for a single, down to backward square leg. Douthwaite does the fielding. Reese moves on to 29, 83 for 3.
I know my limits when it comes to social media as well.
You were the one I was thinking might be able to work on some of the others. I could just about do Facebook.
I've I've not taken the leap with TikTok, put it that way.
No. Goodness me, no. Well, I haven't even done Instagram. Although I know how to post things on Instagram. I can't see if they've been posted. Which is slightly ridiculous. Harris comes in and bowls to Brooke Guest, who gets an inside edge back down the pitch towards the bowler. End of the over, 83 for 3, 2 to Guest, 29 to Rees. 75 overs to go. I got excited. You always get the little notification when you've got an email. Excellent. Well, Nick was talking yesterday about a couple of emails that I thought I'll look at that. Eyelash, underlash, salon lash, extension kit. I'll give it a miss, thank you. It's very kind of you to offer it, though. I don't know where that's come from.
Targeted audience.
I do have a store card for that particular chain, but I don't recall ever buying any of those items.
It's a bit of a committee meeting here between Mason Crane, Sam Northeast and Kieran Carlson as they plot this next over from Crane. Lewis Rees on strike. Not the ideal conventionally for leg break bowlers to be bowling back into a left-hander, but with an attacking field in place, there's a short leg and a silly mid-off. Two fielders under the helmet as well as the wicketkeeper as Crane is in to Rees, who defends safely onto the onside.
Mr. Ploy continues to kick his heels on 196, no play before lunch at Wantage Road due to that wet outfield.
And Crane is in. Rees works that off the back foot onto the offside for 1.
That was the issue at Derby last week, of course. It was the outfield that prevented any play from being played. In the game against Gloucestershire, I would urge you to go and have a look at Neil Godrich's Twitter feed. He's the Derbyshire head groundsman, showing some work that went on yesterday. Remarkable.
Here's Crane to Guest, who drives off the back foot nicely. Kieran Carlson has a chase on, long off here, and he'll give up the chase because the ball has crossed the boundary. Brooke Guest has his first 4 of the innings. He moves on to 6. Derbyshire 88 for 3.
Well, a shot from Brooke Guest, that'll make him feel a little bit better. We clearly want more than 6, but just 2 in the first innings. He really has developed as a top order batsman in the last 2 seasons.
There he is facing another delivery from Crane. Guest just dabbing that down defensively for no run.
He looked like he wanted to dab it down and then smash it, didn't he? I thought, don't hit it twice. Just whack it away to the boundary.
Yeah, on a day when you're trying to save, if not win the game, that would be a pretty bizarre mode of dismissal as he rocks back onto the back foot and pulls that through the mid-wicket region for another boundary. Very firmly hit by Brooke Guest. His second boundary of the over. He's on 10. Derbyshire 92 for 3, trailing by 308.
Yeah, nice shot. Ball was there to be hit. 2 centuries and 2 half centuries last season. Averaged 35.2 with the bat. High score of 197.
Here's Crane to Guest, who defends the final ball of the over. So a productive one for Derbyshire. They're 92 for 3.
That high score coming against Durham at Derby last season. Born in Manchester, educated in Perth, Western Australia. Did play for Australia's under-19 side before coming back to Manchester and then Derby. There's just a little hint of the antipodes about him when you listen to him talk. A very, very dedicated cricketer with his wicket-keeping duties as well as top-order batting. Here's James Harris from the Cathedral Road end, bowling to the left-handed Lewis Rees, another former Lancashire player, of course, who pushes the first ball out into the offside. Billy Roots does the fielding at mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, as we've talked about already, Harris has been in the groove in this match. He's bowled very consistently. Some of his best bowling since rejoining Glamorgan from Middlesex.
Malcolm Beck makes an interesting point on Twitter as Harris comes in and bowls, and that one is played off the back foot, cut into the offside, but he didn't really time that one at all, Lewis Rees. And therefore will get no run. Whatever the result, and appreciating Thompson's bowling, it's clear the main reason for the difference has been Glamorgan's superior seam bowling, all the more since they are one short in that department. Absolutely, without Jamie McElroy, of course, the Derbyshire seam attack must improve. Well, it will improve with Darren Dupavalon when he comes at the beginning of May. He'll be available for the home game with Sussex. That'll be his first game, hopefully. As Harris is in and bowls, that's pushed out into the offside up towards mid-off by Lewis Rees, and there's no run. I thought that Blair Tickner had a pretty good debut, really. Got a wicket with his fourth ball and bowled with a fair amount of hostility, given that the ball was going almost visibly softer by the minute.
Yeah, that opening spell of his was one of the best of the match, I thought, from any of the bowlers on display.
As in comes Harris around the wicket again, bowls to Rees, who leaves alone outside the off stump. A couple of wickets for Sam Connors, none for Zach Chappell. We didn't see much of Anuj Dal. We didn't see anything really of Lewis Rees. Couple of overs, and nothing from David Lloyd either. So I just felt there was one seamer too many and one spinner too few in the starting lineup, given that Jack Morley was with the squad and has been here for the entirety of the 4 days. As Harris is in again, and that one's pushed into the offside by Rees. Guest busy, very bats like a wicket keeper, if that makes sense. They all seem to bat the same way, don't they? They're always on the move. And he made 3 or 4 paces down the track there before being sent back by Lewis Rees. There wasn't ever going to be a run there. 92 for 3 it remains. Almost down below the psychological 300 barrier. 73 overs remaining after this final delivery of Harris's 10th over of the innings. He bowls to Rees, who pushes it into the onside. Zain Ul Hassan will do the fielding. And that is the end of the over. 92 for 3. 73 overs to go. 309 runs required. 7 wickets needed by Glamorgan. They needed 9 at the start of the day. They've got David Lloyd for 24, Wayne Mountain for 25. And yes, and I was just going to say, and after this, we've got an Aaron Donald next. Then Anuj Dal, then Alex Thompson, Zach Chappell, Sam Connors and Blair Tickner.
Yeah, that 300 milestone you mentioned. We've had a very attentive crowd in this match, haven't we? Clapping every
Do you think they'll clap?
partnership.
Well, it's down to 300.
I'd like to think so.
If only to keep warm.
Here comes Mason Crane to guess, to drives, to mid-on for no run.
Interesting to know from Mickey Arthur. We'll speak to him at the end of the game, of course, and you'll be able to find that on our various social media outlets, I'm sure.
Crane is in, and Guest rocks back again onto the back foot and pulls this one backward of square for 4 runs.
See where he thought the game was potentially lost. Certainly when the pitch flattened out on a little bit on day 3, the seam was toiled without much success.
Yeah, the way this pitch has behaved, teams might be tempted to double up with their spin options. As Crane comes in to Guest, who drives off the back foot onto the offside very nicely through the covers for another boundary. Very stylish shot from Brooke Guest, who moves on to 18, and that brings up the 100 for Derbyshire. They're 100 for 3, trailing by 300.
Look at a message from Luke Shreve via email. He thinks Lloyd will be a great captain this season. His batting tempo is just what we need. Hoping the players we invested in a few years ago keep building on their form, the likes of Guest, Dahl, Connors and Kame.
Here's Crane to Guest, who defends. No run.
Says it's always hard being a club where the players who peak get tempted away, deploy. Critchley, who's having another good start to the season. Big shoes to fill. Regardless, I just want to see the team show the ethos Arthur talks about and promotes in his interviews. Yes. David Lloyd certainly sounds aggressive.
There's Crane. Guest plays out down to Dan Douthwaite.
In his language, he isn't aggressive or hasn't been aggressive towards me. I hasten to add, he's been nothing but accommodating since he arrived.
Crane's final ball of the over. He's in over the wicket, loops it up, and Guest drives that into the extra cover region for a single. So at the end of the 32nd over, Derbyshire are 101 for 3. They require another 300 runs to win. Nick Webb will be rejoining us in commentary shortly.
He's putting the heating on. He's put the heating on, the old boy. What's going on here? Alexander in America has been on again. Morning to you, Alexander. Can the batter wear sunglasses to get a bit better view of the ball? It's an interesting one. You see the fielders in sunglasses. You rarely see, obviously, quick bowlers. You do occasionally see spinners, but you very, very rarely see batters wearing glasses. With this match, do you think Mickey Arthur will have to change his lineup for the next match? He also says Glamorgan looking like a contender for promotion.
Steady on.
I just thought I'd try and excite the locals. Yes, Mickey Arthur making a change, possibly. It'd be nice just to see a team named at Derby, really. We didn't get anywhere near that in the last game, but hopefully the work that Neil Godrich has managed to do in between the various named storms. I'm surprised we haven't had a name for this one. But he's hopefully we'll get some play on Friday.
Harris bowls, and that's outside off stump, and Guest plays no shot. A mere 300 to win.
Well, once it gets down below that, 150 a session, which is going some under normal circumstances, let alone when you're 3 down and under pressure.
Steve West on Twitter says, as the 4-day candle burns away, we need 4+ from Crane to snuff out the Derby flame. None so far for Mason Crane. 2 for James Harris as he bowls a full-length ball that's driven by Guest to Carlson at mid-off.
Is that a New Order lyric?
And there's no run. Don't think so.
No. A new flame was... simply red.
A different kettle of tomatoes.
Same city, though, interestingly.
Colin Ingram is doing some exercises, I suspect, just to keep warm, as that's outside off stump and goes through very low, and that's good block by Chris Cook, really, to prevent it going through from byes, as Harris lost his line for a moment and really didn't get up at all. Ingram did bowl quite a bit at Lord's. He's seriously bouncing around there at slip.
Hamstring's been extended.
Could be just trying to keep warm, but maybe he's going to have an over or 2 before lunch as Harris bowls, and that is again outside off stump, and Guest tucks into it and smacks it away to the cover point boundary. The small clutch of Derbyshire supporters has moved.
I can't find them now.
In search maybe of somewhere slightly more sheltered. Well, there are some boxes in the media centre that aren't being used. You wouldn't begrudge them if they were to slip in. 105 for 3. Guest moves on to 23 with that shot. There's 3 on the drive on the leg side as that one is driven on the offside but along the ground to Carlson. Just Ingram at slip, catching behind the wicket. To me, that looks like Ingram is likely to be bowling rather than just keeping warm.
More than keeping warm, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
That is stretching muscles that maybe don't get stretched at other points of a game.
Keeping warm is your hands in your pockets and jumping up and down.
Yes. Harris trying to keep Guest warm and bowling on leg stump, and it's clipped away down towards backward square. Good diving save by Crane on the fine leg boundary. Keeps them down to a couple of runs. Guest has 25, Rees has 30, and Harris just straying a couple of times in that over, not quite as on the money as he had been previously. There's some rather darker clouds arrive overhead, but as we've been saying, it's not much point in describing the weather because it'll change within 30 seconds. 107 for 3. We may well get a shower at some point today in central Cardiff, and it looks as though Colin Ingram is going to bowl.
Excellent.
So at Lords, having not bowled at all in the Championship last year because of some fitness concerns, he bowled 20.2 overs, 2 for 63 against Middlesex. And he's going to have his first bowl of the match here now.
He will initially be bowling to Lewis Rees with no slips. Oh, hang on. Somebody's dashing in off the boundary. Because ordinarily he would be the slip. I think they forgot that. Yeah, whoever's coming off the boundary, that's Billy Root is coming off the sort of straight mid-wicket boundary to slip, which is quite a change in what he might have to do. There is a man on backward square on the 45 on the leg side as Ingram bowls, and it's defended by Lewis Rees. A backward point, extra cover out on the boundary, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man on the mid-wicket boundary.
In out.
And here comes Ingram once again. Bowls to Rees, strikes him on the pad, big appeal, not out, says him, but it seemed to hit him on the full. He has his back to us, and if it did hit him on the full and he's where he is now, it couldn't have been out. Let's have a look. No, probably just about hit him outside the line. If it did, it was only just.
Yes, I think he was just outside the line. Might have hit him on the boot or the
It was very full.
bottom of the pad.
Very full, and he didn't get down enough to sweep it away.
As Tribe goes underneath the lid at short leg. At last they've got a 20-year-old who they can say, get in there, sunshine.
Took a catch in the first innings, get rid of Wayne Madsen. As Ingram around the wicket bowls to Rees, who just guides it very gently towards mid-on, and Douthwaite warms up, doing those sort of press-up things on your side that I just couldn't fathom how to do, but seem to be very much in vogue, so we might see Dan Douthwaite shortly as well. He's bowled nicely in this match. Ingram bowls, that one is guided by Rees, backward square on the offside. Guest sets off, as ever, and then decides, well, there clearly isn't a run there, so I'll just jog back.
The second run out would be generous in the extreme.
Yes, it would be very irritating indeed. As this next delivery is off a pad into the leg side. Tribe very excited.
Well, he caught it.
Yes, he did.
Anticipated it well.
No juggle, as there was with the catch to dismiss Madsen. It was a brilliant catch, really, because it was hit very hard, parried into the air and then caught at the second attempt. Here is Ingram again. There's a sweep from Madsen, but straight to the man on the mid-wicket boundary, who is James Harris. And they go through for a single end of the over. Just the one run from it. Rees has 31, Guest has 25. Derbyshire are 108 for 3.
And Glamorgan, as things stand, have used 5 bowlers, of whom 3 are spinners. But that is going to be extended to a 6th bowler and a 3rd seamer, number 88, Dan Dowthwaite. Oh gosh, you'd think it was football or rugby weather from the look of the spectators. Wrapped up, coats, beanies, anything else they've got to hand. Not feeling the heat at the moment from the back of the commentary box, but
I think it was getting a bit warm in here, actually.
Get away with you.
And I'm over the big hole in the floor.
And I'm next to the slightly open window. 108 for 3. Dan Dowthwaite. A double bowling change. Dowthwaite operating from the Cathedral Road end as Carlson loses his ball drying towel. And Dowthwaite, who was 2 for 32 off 12 overs in the first innings, sets off. Right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Lewis Rees. First ball through low outside off stump. Rees ignores it disdainfully. There are 2 slips for Dowthwaite. Hands in pockets until the very last minute. Root is shortish at cover. Well, Hassan fairly close at mid-wicket. Mid-on, mid-off. Conventional. Point, square leg, fine leg, all on the boundary. Dowthwaite in, bowls, full length delivery, and it's a no. Is that a no ball or is that just a?
I think so.
Wandering out the way. Yes, it is a no ball. So it's worth 3 runs because they took a single. 1 to Rees and 2 to the sundries column. As the board gets there eventually. A couple of extra flicks. 111 for 3. Nelson is on the board. Carlson polishing furiously as gives the ball back to Dowthwaite. Good luck with that after 35 overs. Dowthwaite in, bowls to Guest, and he turns that to Root, who is the squarer of the 2 short mid-wickets on the leg side.
Also get damp whenever it goes to the boundary because they obviously concentrate on getting the playing area completely dry. They tend not to worry too much about beyond the boundary. Why would they?
Indeed, there's enough to worry about. Dowthwaite to Guest. Leaves as the ball comes back in sharply and is taken by Cook going down the leg side. And, well, it's a good leave because it didn't hit the wickets. But a bit of movement off the pitch there from Dowthwaite.
Yeah, there was. Guest did have a little look behind him just to make sure.
That's gone pretty close to the off stick.
He knows where his stumps are.
He does, and they're still in the ground.
Just behind him.
Dowthwaite to Guest again. Short. Caned away. As Guest increases his score by 4. Moves to 29. 115 for 3. Played away nicely through point. Dowthwaite, well, it started wide. It did come in a little bit off the pitch, but was still too wide to be of trouble to Guest.
6 boundaries in his 29.
Campaign for brighter cricket as Derbyshire look for their best ever successful run chase against Glamorgan. Previous best 285. Dowthwaite bowls and mistimed slightly by Guest as he plays it back to the bowler.
Yes, as recently as 1947. Were Glamorgan here by then?
No.
They were still...
No, they moved in the 1960s.
Mind you, it was at Derby, so it wouldn't make any difference, but... Yeah.
Dowthwaite in to Guest, who defends to cover, and there is no run. No, the Cardiff ground was the Arms Park which was the site of the current Cardiff rugby ground next to the main stadium, but until that time the main stadium was until a bit further after that actually the main stadium was used for Cardiff club games as well as Wales games. Yeah. I've got vague memories of watching Cardiff Newport club games there in front of 30,000-40,000 people.
Wow. Colin Ingram begins a new over from the River Taff end, gives that one plenty of air, it doesn't actually land, and it's driven away by Lewis Rees. They're going to pick up 2 here as Brooke Guest goes back to the non-strikers end, pretty sharpish, and Rees moves on to 34, 117 for 3.
Of course, there weren't nearly as many international matches in those days.
Ingram bowls, it's a little bit short this time, and it's pulled around the corner out towards square leg by Rees for a single.
There was also a dog track there.
Oh, was there? There were dog tracks everywhere, weren't there, back in the day? Blimey. I don't mind a dog track.
There's a very famous length of field try by Sir Gareth Edwards, 69, 71, somewhere around there, where he comes up absolutely plastered because he sort of slid through the mud to score.
Guest on strike, Ingram bowls Jim All, and that one turns and beats the edge of the bat. It's a terrific delivery.
Well bowled, Ingram.
Oh, absolutely.
Well kept. Chris Cook has taken off the bails just in case.
Guest beaten all ends up by that delivery. There is Ingram again. Bowls a loopier delivery. It's turned into the leg side by Guest, and they scamper through for a quick single. Guest moves on to 30 now. Derbyshire 119 for 3.
30 off 30 for Guest, 35 off 88 for Rees. Very contrasting approaches at the moment.
It's not often that Lewis Rees has played the anchor role. He waits now. Ingram bowls to him and he pulls this violently straight into a substitute fielder, Asa Tribe, who wrings out his hand. Ow, because he hit that quite hard, Lewis Rees.
That's gone directly onto the hand, and
he was wringing his hand out, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the replay. So it's it's hit him on the head.
Yeah, it looked to flick off the helmet and onto the hand.
But it was hit hard. He's still there, and Rees pushes this next delivery up to mid-on. It's the final ball of the over. Tribe seems to be okay, which is good news. You would have thought that the umpires might have insisted that they come out and just check that helmet, but they haven't. Guest has 30, Rees has 35, Derbyshire 119 for 3. They trail, or they need another 282, whereas Glamorgan needs 7 wickets. Well, basically, Derbyshire got about for 68 overs, but it's a repeat. Yeah, it might have hit his hand because he sort of, even though he's wearing a helmet, he covered his head with his hands. I think that's rather foolish because it's hit his hand that was in front of the helmet. Just seen another replay of it there.
Don't get a lot of time to think about the order of things, really.
Well, no, it's a sort of self-preservation movement, wasn't it?
Douthwaite, with his second over, starts by seeing Guest jabbing it to cover, and there is no run. Morgan should get in one more over before lunch, you would have thought, after this one. Clock ticks on to 12:56. As long as they don't tarry too long about their business. Slip 2 on the drive on the leg side. Douthwaite in and driven by Guest to cover, and there's no run. Haven't been too many near misses for Glamorgan this morning. Lloyd was a gifted wicket. Harris, fine delivery to bowl Madsen, having seen him almost play on a few moments before. But apart from that, Derbyshire have looked relatively comfortable as Douthwaite loses his run there. Umpire Bailey flaps his arms for the avoidance of doubt. I think maybe the bail fell off. So
they've struggled with the bails at this end, haven't they? Been a couple of inside edges, haven't they? That's about it, really. They haven't gone too far away from the... it must be time for the heavy bails, surely.
You'd have thought so. Douthwaite to Guest on 30 not out. Full length ball driven by Guest to Carlson at mid-off.
Could be in a draw somewhere. Douthwaite very aware of the clock.
Yes, marching back to his mark and wheeling smartly. In to bowl to Guest outside off stump, driven through the covers for 4 runs by the Derbyshire wicketkeeper. He's on 34, 123 for 3.
He hasn't missed the opportunity to score at all, really. Brooke Guest.
Douthwaite just getting a little bit of movement in the air, possibly aided by the wind, but starting too wide out, really. 12:58. 2 balls left in the Douthwaite over. It lopes in again and beats Guest. Going forward, outside off stump. Again, a bit of movement off the pitch. And Chris Cook forced to move to his left to take down leg side.
Yes, not a great shot.
Signs of hope for Douthwaite. He's got a little bit of movement in the air and again off the pitch in a couple of overs that he's bowled so far, as Guest covers up and plays that one perfectly competently out into the offside. Glamorgan hasten round and they will get another over before lunch, and it will be Colin Ingram who delivers it again. Glamorgan's second leg spinner.
Yes, you don't get a second leg spinner, do you? No. That's a fair point. Most sides will be happy to have one competent leg spinner, let alone a very good leg spinner and a competent leg spinner as well.
Yes, well, Labuschagne being the other
the third leg
overseas, they can't play them all at once. Well, they could, actually.
Ingram bowls wide of the off stump and it's left alone by Rees.
They could all play in the 2020 side if Glamorgan used the 2 overseas batters in that competition. Treble leg spin, prepare a Bunsen.
Yeah. Ingram around the wicket to the left-handed Rees. Goes back into his stumps and turns it into the leg side. There is no run. Clock ticks around 1300 hours. 4 balls of the session remain. And Ingram is in again. Bowls to Rees, who sweeps nicely backward of square, a long way backward of square, and once it got past Dan Douthwaite, it just raced away to the boundary. Another 4 runs to the Derbyshire total, 127 for 3, 274 to win. Rees has 39 now, Guest has 34. 2 men out this morning, David Lloyd for 24, run out. Wayne Madsen for 25, bowled by James Harris as it gets a little gloomier, and Ingram bowls a loopier delivery to Rees, who pushes it out into the offside, and they scamper through for a single. The ground staff have been there for a while. Yeah, I think they're going to put it on at lunch, the hover cover, just in case.
Makes sense, since you've got it, just in case the shower arrives.
It looks exceptionally unpleasant out there at the moment, as Ingram bowls battling into the wind, and Guest guides it to Douthwaite at backward point. The spectators are all scurrying down below. I wonder if there is just a touch of rain in the air. Be the best time for it to come. Leaves being blown all over the place, and oh, it's not nice. It's not nice at all. Final ball of the session then. Ingram bowls, Guest defends out into the offside, and Derbyshire go to lunch at 128 for 3. Glamorgan needs 7 more wickets for victory here at Sophia Gardens. Derbyshire Well, they've got to bat for 66 more overs to get a draw.
So, update for BBC Radio Wales in just a few moments' time. Otherwise, commentary will resume on BBC Sport Online and on the BBC Sport app and the Glamorgan and Derbyshire websites as well. You can't get away from us. Dave Fletcher, Dav Pritchard, myself, Nick Webb, will be back with commentary at 1:40. At lunch, Derbyshire are 128 for 3. Glamorgan needing 7 more wickets for victory. The victory target for Derbyshire is 401. Glamorgan have taken 2 wickets this morning. David Lloyd run out by Mason Crane for 24 and James Harris bowling Wayne Madsen for 25. The weather is not great. It's blustery with the odd shower around. Rees is 40 not out. Guest 34. Derbyshire 128 for 3 at lunch.
We'll start in the second 11 championship at Dunstable. Glamorgan's second 11, whose match last week at Taunton Vale was washed out without the ball being bowled. The bad weather is following Glamorgan's second string because they've only had 2 overs this morning at Dunstable Town Cricket Club. Glamorgan winning the toss, Northamptonshire winning the toss, inviting Glamorgan to bat first. 14 without loss. An early lunch, though, has been taken. In the other games, in the Vitality County Championship at the Utilita Bowl, Hampshire are 39 for 2, still trailing Lancashire by 78 runs. At Edgbaston, Durham are 119 for 3, still trailing Warwickshire by 62 runs. No play before lunch at Northampton, where Middlesex are still leading Northamptonshire by 1 run. At Chelmsford, Essex have declared on 257 for 4, setting Kent at a target of 413. Play will be resuming there shortly. At Bristol, Gloucestershire are 166 for 4, requiring a further 332 runs to beat Yorkshire. At Trentbridge, no play there this morning, with Nottinghamshire 151 for 7, still leading Worcestershire by 195 runs. And at the Kia Oval, Somerset are 252 for 6, leading Surrey by 109 runs. A reminder that the official Glamorgan website, www.glamorgancricket.com, contains details of how to purchase tickets for all forthcoming games here at Sapphire Gardens, including the international matches on the 28th of May, when England play Pakistan, and on the 13th of September, when the Australians will be visiting to play England. Also on the official Glamorgan website are details of the various matchday hospitality packages available for all games here this summer, including those in the T20 Last and the 100. If you're seeking a score sheet for today's game, it's available free of charge from Resumption, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2024 Glamorgan Yearbook. Alternatively, you can also obtain a copy of Chris Cook's testimonial brochure. It's available for a minimum donation of £5. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, is also open today. It's opposite Gate 2. It'll be open until the close of play this evening. And as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, plus a range of recently published cricket books. As far as refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. A reminder that this is a brand new initiative for 2024, and it means that the Lewis Lounge in the National Cricket Centre is now a viewing area only for members. Snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school, which is on the ground floor of the National Cricket Centre. On the first floor of the National Cricket Centre is the CC4 Museum of Welsh Cricket. It's open today, and it has a number of displays celebrating the long and very proud heritage of cricket here in Wales. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books, as well as old Glamorgan yearbooks, which are also available for purchase. And the museum will be open until the end of the tea interval this afternoon.
should be out there, making your millions.
It's beyond my, the health and safety.
No.
It's not the risk assessment.
No, how do you go?
Well,
You've got to.
all for one for all, right?
Oh, doesn't work like that. It's a team game. Come on. Try and help Chris out.
I did give him a little wave.
What's that going to do? You know that cable's laying out in the rain?
I have no idea what it's for. Is it spare for us?
I guess it's spare for you.
It's pretty robust, to be honest. It's the only bit that's
What's that?
a little more.
This is all that.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Absolutely.
Huh? Yes, sir. I know Jake's had a fire load of new stuff with it.
Yeah, it used to be the boxes are little sticky when you cut a hole into them.
No, you should be using that. Because that comes out.
Oh, see?
Yeah.
Oh, I see, yeah.
But I'm guessing it would bend the cable too much.
Wow.
What boat have you got in the box?
I think it's fine then. I mean, it's fine, so.
Well, then fibre cables are about 3 or 4 grand each.
They're nuts, they're expensive.
Well, they send out free fibre lines, don't they? So you can have up to, you can have like you can send 3 SDI cables, 3 cameras through 1 cable. Get away with it. I don't understand why they're out there. Obviously in the spots.
It'll be a while. Although the wind's blowing so hard, it'll come on.
The issue is how much, if it's done any damage.
Yeah.
Because they were saying they want to get rid of that cover. They've got new ones here, but they haven't had, because it's been so windy and so everything else, they actually haven't been able to get that cover off, because it comes off the hover cover, and they can replace that. But it's been so wet and windy, they haven't been able to replace it.
It has been pretty flipping crap the weather to be fair.
I thought that was going to fall down, because at one stage that was so, like literally, like that.
What now? The lights down.
Yeah, they did.
I was down the bottom before we started this morning chatting, and it's like noise, and I looked up and it was like,
That was moving like mad when I moved back, like literally like that. I thought, yeah, well not as much as
this week getting blown over.
why are you not? Yeah, but then that's not there. We should be in. So
Yeah,
yeah,
this is the rest of the trip district.
yeah, then you're just to know.
And then you get shouting them.
I think he's a bit too preoccupied at the moment.
Oh, you can't like
He's gone from analyst to groundsman.
the Glamorgan way. Everyone does a bit around it.
Everyone does. What do you double up as it?
I'm not Glamorgan, I'm freelance.
Look at the rain.
Yeah, it doesn't count.
Look at it. That's the end of the play.
Oh.
Therefore.
Oh, you take that. Ooh.
Yeah, but dreaming done with it.
An hour later,
That's serious.
Further news from the middle following the inspection by the umpires is that play will be resuming at 2:30. We've lost a further 13 overs in the day's quota. So as shown on the electronic scoreboards, 53 overs are remaining in this contest. To resume the Derbyshire second innings, Brooke Guest and Lewis Rees. And to resume the bowling for Glamorgan at the Cathedral Road end, Dan.
Welcome back to Sophia Gardens for the afternoon session. The best part of 50 minutes behind schedule after some very heavy rain swept across Sophia Gardens during the lunch interval. They had all the covers on across the square, so it's taken a little time to take off. They've run the tractor around the ropes, and Derbyshire are resuming on 128 for 3. 53 overs remaining in the match. They would need to score more than 5 runs and over to win. More likely is Glamorgan pressing for 7 wickets to win. Dan Douthwaite to bowl the first over after that long break, bowling to Lewis Rees on 40 not out, and he defends that one on the offside. That will, loss of 13 overs, Dave Fletcher will have presumably killed off any lingering hopes in the corner of the Derbyshire dressing room.
Yeah, it's cruelly snatched away from them. I don't think victory for Derbyshire was necessarily on the cards, although, as I said, they went at 6.5 and over at Sussex with a short boundary and with Leas Deploy and Haider Ali. Not quite the same.
Douthwaite around the wickets and bowls to Rees, who defends. So Guest on 34 not out is going at almost a run a ball. Rees, very slow start, but has increased it slightly as Glamorgan throw caution to the wind, try their bowling changes. We saw a bit of Colin Ingram before lunch. He was quite tidy, 3 overs for 10. Douthwaite is in to bowl, outside off stump through low to Chris Cook as Rees plays no shot, but Glamorgan just a question of playing all their cards and seeing what works, if anything.
They're massively attacking, are they, at the moment? And they've got 2 slips in place, but that's it. And the fact that Derbyshire can't win this game now, surely to goodness, you'd think that they could just basically chuck people around the bat. But
yes, the men on the drive are not as close as they were, strangely, as Douthwaite is in to bowl to Rees, who allows it to go through outside off stump.
Of course, there's no point in having anybody around the bat if you're not going to make the batsman play at the ball, but I'm sure Douthwaite will. I think he's bowled really well in this game. I've been impressed with him. He's clearly knuckling down, which is as well, given the amount of injuries that Glamorgan have got.
Indeed.
Somebody needs to bowl,
and the need to try and balance the side really for Glamorgan this season if you're going to play one fewer batter. Douthwaite is in to bowl, and that's nurdled away on the offside by Lewis Rees into a gap. They go through for a single. 41 to Rees. 129 for 3. Well, there's a bit of blue sky overhead at the moment. There's some fairly dark cloud that may or may not hit us as well.
It's an interesting one at lunchtime, wasn't it, when they came out and put the full covers on them? They clearly had permission from the umpires to do that, because had it been dry at 20 to 2, they could possibly have played.
Douthwaite in to bowl to Guest, down leg side, no shot played, good take by Cook. End of the over, 52 overs left in the match. And it was probably as well that they did stick all the covers on, otherwise they would have had some rather muddy old wickets and bits of the square to deal with, which would have caused further delays. So well done to the umpires and the ground staff for reading the weather correctly.
It was absolutely the right decision, which made it even more unusual.
Thank you to Jezza and to Random Female, who tweeted before lunch warning us of the impending rain. Didn't quite see those in time. Another blast from Mr. Hamza then. Rare bit of seam from the far end.
I was just going to say, from the River Taff end. Unusual.
We've seen hardly any seam, if maybe a couple of overs right at the start of each of the first innings. But very little. We've had the spinners on relatively quickly.
who's going to bowl to the left-handed Lewis Rees on 41. I suppose what there is for these two batters, and potentially any more, is a few runs and some time out in the middle, which Derbyshire haven't had until this match. Hamza is in and bowls to Rees, who pushes this backward of square on the offside. It's fielded by Mason Crane, and there's no run. So they will be getting some useful time batting. It's like a public net.
Yeah, Derbyshire will be hoping that's what it is.
Well, yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Glamorgan hoping to cause a few alarms, but yeah, the players on the drive on the leg side, you'd think they'd have a minute short leg or silly point.
Just got the one slip as well, Colin Ingram, as Hamza is in and bowls to Rees, who defends it. High up on the bat, back towards the bowler. Looks as though James Harris is, he might just trying to keep him warm, but he's running a long way to keep warm.
Emir Evans reports that he missed both wickets this morning due to making himself tea. He's now planning a further 7 cups of tea between now and 4 o'clock.
Very good.
Hope your bathroom's nearby.
Here is Hamza in and bowled to Rees, who pushes it up to mid-off this time. That is Harris who does the fielding. Once again, there's no run. The Glamorgan 12th man, whoever it may be, is sort of loitering in that little corridor of grass between the edge of the playing area and the steps up to the pavilion.
Presumably it's one of the younger members of the club, since Andy Gorvin is now off captaining the second 11 in Northants.
Here is Hamza again and bowls to Rees, who pushes this one up to mid-on this time. And presumably watching it rain somewhere in Northamptonshire.
No.
Really?
He is watching Will Smale, who was with us on the first day,
yes,
and Tom Bevan bat, and Glamorgan a 48 for naught after 10 overs.
That's a decent effort. The game at Wantage Road was abandoned as a draw.
Dunstable Town Cricket Club. So well done to them for getting the second 11 game on.
It's a bit further south than Northampton, towards Luton.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. Dunstable Town Football Club, as this one is guided backward of square by Lewis Rees, if I'm not mistaken. And it could be. George Best had a little go at Dunstable Town Football Club, I think.
Take your word for it.
Stop taking my word for everything.
Well,
it's a useless knowledge that's some locked away somewhere in the brain. But that abandonment meant that Leicester Ploy finished on 196 not out, and they didn't get 3 double centuries in the same match.
oh,
Here is Hamza in again, and that's wide of the off stump, and Rees contemptuously leaves it.
we're talking to Will Smale, mentioning the option. In fact, there are plenty of wicket keepers on the staff. They're playing all of them. Will Smale, Alex Horton and Henry Hurl are all playing. Alex Horton has got the gloves today by the sound of it. Gorvin, as I said, who was in the 13 for this match. Interestingly, Joseph Davis, who impressed for the Cardiff UCCE against Glamorgan in the pre-season warm-up, took a few wickets, son of former Glamorgan seamer Andrew, played for Gloucester 2s last season, but he's playing for Glamorgan seconds in this particular match.
That was the last ball of the over, 129 for 3.
As Douthwaite is into his 4th over to bowl to Brookgast, and he defends that out on the offside, and there is no run. We're not at the stage of the season yet where you think, who on earth is that? I think I just about recognise all the names to some degree in the Glamorgan second 11, including 1 or 2 who've played national counties and that sort of thing. As that is an inside edge from Guest as he tries to drive through the covers, and the ball ends up being picked up just inside the backward square leg boundary. He's gone through for 2 runs, but a big, thick, chunky inside edge there.
There's been a few inside edges today, haven't there? Bowlers have just got the ball to do a little bit.
But precious little really compared with the problems that were caused by spin on days 1 and 2. Douthwaite into Guest, 3 catching on the leg side, but it's not even reaching Chris Cook on the first bounce now.
There hasn't been any pace in the pitch.
No.
At all, really, has there? We've seen Blair Tickner banging the ball in halfway down and it barely getting up.
Yes, Douthwaite has, by and large, eschewed his favoured short ball. There's 3 catches on the leg side crouch, and Guest just defends it to short mid-wicket. Looks as though Gloucestershire could well salvage a draw against Yorkshire. They're 224 for 4 with Ollie Price 103 not out, James Bracey 67 not out. They've been together for about 2.5 hours now, so Gloucester look like holding out, which will mean probably all draws in this division, as Douthwaite is seeing Guest shoulder arms outside off stump.
Possibly all draws.
Possibly all draws. Glamorgan a mere 7 wickets away from victory, but given the nature of the pitch, the possibility of further interruptions, and the fact that these two are well set now, it is starting to look unlikely for Glamorgan as Douthwaite into bowl to Guest, who plays that one to Carlson at mid-off, and there is no run. In Division 1, Notts and Worcestershire has been called off as a draw after Nottinghamshire's second collapse, really, to 151 for 7 in their second innings. But was that 190 odd ahead? Might have been a decent game, it's not. Somerset may survive at the Oval, 283 for 7 in their second innings, a lead of 140 runs over Surrey now, with Lewis Gregory and Craig Overton at the crease. Hampshire 100 for 3, 17 behind Lancashire.
Is it me? I better commentate then. Hamza bowling from the River Taff end. First delivery is at wide of the off stump and allowed to go through to the wicketkeeper by Lewis Rees.
At Chelmsford, Kent at 24 for 2, needing a further 351 to beat Essex. That one's only going to be an Essex win again, if anything.
Hamza in again. In bowls 2 Rees. Oh dear, that was possibly even wider of the off stump than the previous one. And Cook takes it where a first slip might normally stand. And
Durham battling to avoid defeat to Edgbaston, 164 for 4 in their second innings, 17 runs in arrears.
I just noticed the news of Derek Underwood. I hadn't seen that before. He's passed at the age of 78. He was always in the England team when I was growing up.
Absolutely.
Here is Hamza in again, bowls. This one is on target. It's dug out by Lewis Rees, pushed up to Harris at mid-off.
16 years of Test cricket and 24 years of county cricket. Played 86 tests. Described as a slow left armour, but
the longest run-up of any spinner I think I've ever seen.
He wasn't particularly slow.
No. No.
Nicknamed Deadly.
Played in the Packer series and on the Rebel tour to South Africa as Hamza bowls. That beats the edge of Lewis Rees's bat. Good delivery from Hamza on that occasion. Whether he got any movement or not, or as we saw this morning,
yes,
it moved in, and then it didn't really straighten, but he just played down the wrong line again.
Died age 78. At least he saw a recognition at his home ground of Canterbury. Underwood not stand at the county ground there, St Lawrence.
Yes, I think if I heard him interviewed, I wouldn't recognise him if I didn't see him. No, it's a weird one, isn't it? Here comes the next one from Hamza that's left alone by Rees and taken by a tumbling Chris Cook. You'd know Alan Knott if you heard him, that nasal sound that he had.
Glamorgan's wicketkeeper Chris Cook is having quite a difficult afternoon with the lack of pace in the pitch.
The fact that he's almost being blown over. Look at his kit. It really is billowing in the wind. Colin Ingram at first slip won't take his hands out of his pockets until the ball pitches. No, he has done now. He's got them resting on his knees as he waits for Hamza to bowl to Rees, who drives it up into the offside. Al Hassan does the fielding and there's no run. It's the end of the over. 131 for 3. Derbyshire, Guest has 36, Rees has 41. There are 49 overs left in the day.
Quite a fine balance to be struck in the field between keeping your hands warm and making sure they're in the right place when the ball is delivered. But there's a lot of hands in pockets at the moment. Sam Northeast, the captain, is one of them. It's a shortish mid-wicket as we get bright sunlight, briefly probably, over Sophia Gardens and thick cloud surrounding the rest of the horizon as far as our view is concerned. As Douthwaite is in to bowl to Gast, who drives on the leg side, and it's well stopped by Northeast as one of those short mid-wicket positions. At least for Douthwaite, Glamorgan have got those 3 catches on the leg side, a couple of mid-wickets and a leg gully. It was almost directly in line with fine leg. I think fine leg is slightly the finer. Just the one slip. Douthwaite in to Guest, who's up on his toes and playing that one defensively to Northeast, and there is no run. Douthwaite clocking 74.5 for that particular delivery. Even though he's a change bowler for Glamorgan, he can be quite pacey on the right sort of surface. Unfortunately for him, he hasn't really seen the right sort of surface this season. As he bowls to Gast, he tries a short ball, and that's ended up at slip. Now, was that a bottom edge?
Must have been. Or the toe end. He's looking at the toe end of his bat.
More chalk. More chalk for Mr. Guest. As he went into a big pull shot.
Yeah, he's
and it just
right off the end of his
hit the end of the bat and deflected to slip where Ingram pulled off a neat stop.
It didn't get up though, did it? Didn't get up.
Beaten by lack of pace and lack of bounce. Douthwaite tries a full pitch delivery that Guest is forward to. 4 dot balls in this over. It matters not for Brooke Gast as long as he remains there as long as possible. A rapid start
we're
he
going
made.
to have to stop here because there's some sheeting covering something. I've no idea what it's covering. It's been there the entire match, and it's just half of it has just blown onto the field of play.
So
be careful dragging it off if I was the players and the because if it gets caught by another gust and you're holding it, your shoulder will end up on the pitch, and you might not be on it with it.
Yes, they need to put something on top of that bit of blue sheeting to keep it weighed down, which is next to another more conventional bit of white sheeting, and they're trying to lug it away so that it won't cause problems. As Douthwaite is back into action, bowling to Guest, and he pulls a short ball through Northeast, who puts up a hand of apology at short mid-wicket. And Derbyshire get a bonus single.
a concentration thing. He'll be thinking how he can manoeuvre his bowlers to try to get the wickets, while at the same time thinking, how on earth is anybody going to get any wickets on this pitch if the batters don't make a mistake?
The half-century partnership has come up in the last few minutes. It's now worth 53 for the 4th wicket.
I missed that.
So did everyone. Douthwaite bowls, Guest blocks. To Carlson at mid-on, single off the over. Douthwaite 5 overs, 0 for 15. 132 for 3 are Derbyshire, with 48 overs potentially remaining of the match.
Yes, you normally get alerted to it by the crowd, but their hands are so deeply in their pockets. Those that are still braving the weather.
Yes.
They're not going to applaud unless it's extra special.
Hats pulled down, coats pulled up around your chin.
It's
that
no
sort of day.
No fun out there. No fun out there at all.
The wind howling round our media box. And giving the camera a little wobble as well at the far end.
Mir Hams is going to continue from River Taff end. They're slightly more attacking. They've got 2 men catching on the leg side quite close in, 3 now because the square leg has gone just in front of square, and 1 on the offside as well. So it looks to be, is that Kieran Carlson who's directing operations? I know they've got the upside down umbrella field, 2 on each side catching.
It's a cunning plan.
Well, you see it, don't you? I've seen it more and more in recent years. They are hoping the ball stops a bit and Guest plays a false shot as Hamza bowls to the Derbyshire wicketkeeper batter, and he defends it up to mid-off, and there's no run. So it shows you the pace of the pitch, really, that the close catches are in front of the bat rather than behind it. You'd have to play very hard at the ball to get it to Colin Ingram at slip, I would suggest. I think his fingers are safe. He crouches down now, and that one is turned into the leg side by Guest. Dan Douthwaite comes jogging in to pick up. Guest moves on to 38, 133 for 3.
Let's hope the weather has warmed up a little by the 10th of May, which is when Glamorgan first 11 are back here next. 10th to 13th of May, Glamorgan against Sussex here.
It's a long time, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a bye week. Glamorgan go to Northampton, and then there's a bye week, and then they go away again at Yorkshire.
Yes, Derbyshire's bye week comes in between 2 home games. Hamza balls flicked into the leg side nicely by Lewis Rees. There is somebody down at long. Oh, it's Dan Douthwaite, look. He's everywhere. And they pick up another single. Rees moves to 42, 134 for 3. Halfway through the 44th over, which means 47.5 overs left, potentially today. Although, if there's still 3 down, when we get to 16 to go, we may be able to get our interviews done a little earlier. Douthwaite has now come across to down below us at long leg, and that one is striking the inside edge and then the pad of Brooke Guest, I think. Hence the stifled appeals from Hamza, and 1 or 2 in the field.
Met Office says 40% chance of rain at 4.
I've got a new app here.
All right.
And yeah, there is rain all around us, essentially. Just a matter of how accurate these predictive radars are. As Hamza around the wicket bowls to Guest, who pushes it up to mid-on. And there's no run. It has gone gloomy again. The Derbyshire flag has been removed from the flagpole. Whether it was removed by somebody or just blew away is unclear at this stage. It quite often gets taken down at lunchtime on the final day.
Would that be Jane the scorer?
Jane Huff will be in charge of the flag, yes.
Shinning up the flagpole.
I didn't see her actually shinning the flagpole, but if she could alert me to the fact that she's doing that next time, that would be great. Hamza bowls, defended by Guest. Fielded in the offside by Zain Ul Hassan. And there's no run. It's the end of the over. 47 to go. Guest 38, Rees 42, 134 for 3. And other than Rees playing down the wrong line and Brooke Guest getting it off the toe of his bat, there has been absolutely nothing of note happened since we returned from that extended lunch break. Here we go. Now this is interesting as well. So Mason Crane's going to bowl from the Cathedral Road end, which has not been the end favoured by the spinners. It's worth trying.
You might as well try something different, anything different at this stage of the match.
Couldn't agree more.
Try and buy a wicket somehow. Some varied Crane wickets in the first innings. One with a beautiful googly, one with a lovely leg break. They were too good really for the tail enders. Who else did he dismiss? Oh yes, David Lloyd trying to sweep, wasn't it? And a full toss to get rid of Thompson.
Yes, that's the one that's stuck in my mind.
Here comes Crane then, bowling outside off stump and driven away by Rees out to the cover boundary. Single taken. He would want you to remember the googly, presumably, that got rid of Connors.
Yes, I don't think Sam Connors read it.
Probably have got rid of rather more elevated batters as well.
Sam Connors, who confirmed last night he is growing a mullet.
We can report.
That's the big news of this
from
match
the horse's
so
mouth.
far, yeah.
Look forward to seeing us at the end of the season. As Crane bowls, a full toss that is hit back over, long on, and just about crosses the ropes by Brooke Guest. Well, even a full toss might buy a wicket occasionally, as Crane found inadvertently. That was a big looper, but it was smitten well over the head of Douthwaite, not quite off the middle of the bat, otherwise it would have gone pinging into the stand. 139 for 3. Guest has 42 as he drives that one into the offside. Single out to Ul Hassan, sweeping on the cover boundary, moves level with Lewis Rees, despite having Rees having had a considerable number of overs start, 27 overs start to be precise, as Rees drives on the offside, straight to Douthwaite, no run. And, well, things haven't quite worked for Crane in this second innings. 0 for 64 in his 12th over. He is experimenting. He's had fielders close in, as that one is defended by Rees. No run, 140 for 3. That wasn't our stomachs rumbling, that was...
no, that was quite nice, the spicy chicken, wasn't it?
Slight,
very pleasant.
Slight technical issue. Seems to have gone away as Crane bowls, and that's cut away nicely by Rees. Beats a sprawling backward point, but it is going to be picked up just inside the boundary. And they'll come back for 3 runs. Rees moves to 46, Derbyshire to 143 for 3. So Rees's first innings very much the outlier against Glamorgan after his exploits of last season. Might even have time to pick up another century against the land of his father.
Well, he probably wants to start another little run, doesn't he? It would be the 5th in 6th innings. If he were to get there, he's still got some way to go, of course. But I'm sure that if we play the majority of the remaining 46 overs and he stays there for those, he won't be far away. He'll be on strike. As Mir Hamza begins a new over from the River Taff end. He's on his way now over the wicket to the left-handed Rees, who pushes this one out into the offside. And there is no run, straight to Mason Crane, who's at backward point. And is now being offered some words of wisdom by Colin Ingram, the leg break bowlers union. What I would do, says Cole. Did see him bowl before lunch. He's gone back to first slip. It's a slightly more attacking field now. There's a lot more fielders in the view or the eye line of Lewis Rees, who pushes this next delivery to Ul Hassan at extra cover. So the only boundary rider is Dan Douthwaite down at long leg. Everybody else within 30 yards of the bat, I would say. Just about. Beautiful solo applause from mid-off. As Hamza is in again. Past umpire Bainton, that one is flicked down the leg side. I'm not sure whether Cook got anything on that or not. They've come back for 2 runs. He certainly made a valiant attempt to get something on it. It's gone down as leg byes in any case. So Rees remains on 46, I think, even though he's been given the runs.
No, there's a tap of the knee definitely from Mr. Bainton, wasn't there?
Well, he's given leg byes, I think.
Yes.
So the scoreboard will have to alter itself. There we go. He remains on 46, 145 for 3 the score as Hamza is in and bowls. Oh, he's edged that in between the wicket-keeper and the slip. It might have hit the floor as it was right alongside Colin Ingram, but he gets 4 runs for it, and that's a half-century for Lewis Rees. 120 deliveries. That was his 5th 4. It is, in fact, the 34th time Lewis Rees has reached 50 in first-class cricket. 1,232 half-centuries now. And he takes Derbyshire up to 149 for 3. I'm going to tell everybody in Derbyshire all about it.
I think maybe he ought to send out a search party for those Derbyshire supporters, given the lack of reaction to the Rees 50.
Yes, I think they've gone.
Gone home?
I think so.
Hit the motorways?
Some have got some have been on trains, but yeah, they've gone.
Thank you, Dave Fletcher, as Mir Hamza will come in and bowl, and Lewis Rees will defend on the offside, and there's no run. So Rees gets another score against Glamorgan, following his many scores last season, large scores that is. Ingram, by the way, has 56 first-class wickets in his career. As Mir Hamza is in to bowl to Rees, who gets a thick edge to that one as well, and may well pick up 4 more. This is heading towards the 3rd man boundary. In fact, it's pulled up inside the ropes by the pursuing Mason Crane, and they have to settle for 3. Rees moves on to 53, Derbyshire 152 for 3, and that means that is that over ticked off? How many remaining? 45 it is here on BBC Sport Online. As Dav Pritchard comes alongside me.
Afternoon, Nick. Yeah, this game rather meandering at the moment, isn't it? Since they've returned from that rain delay, the flat pitch helping Derbyshire's cause, and although Glamorgan applied some pressure, mainly thanks to that scoreboard pressure in the morning and the 2 wickets that fell, you get the impression that although they've got almost 250 runs to play with, they're up against it to force a result here.
Here comes Crane then to bowl to Rees, who is forward defending. They've got a short leg in, thankfully, for the bowling of the leg spinner Mason Crane. Slip shortish mid-wicket northeast as Crane bowls, and very slow onto the bat. Rees could have played that in slow motion really as he defended it. The only risk, I suppose, was getting through his defensive push too early. Ball's stopping a little bit now as that's floated up by Crane, carefully watched by Rees.
Just thinking what could be the reason behind the switch, and perhaps Mason Crane's very own footholes from where he was bowling before might be part of the thinking.
Could be that's where he's aiming for, as that's defended by Rees on the offside, and there is no run. Maybe something to do with the greater wind today and its direction. A blustery, unpleasant watching experience for the hardy few, or foolhardy few, depending on how charitable you want to be. Rees defends the next ball back to Crane. There is no run.
The only issue with those footholes, if Crane manages to land them, as he pretty much did with that previous delivery, is that it's so full that most batters will negate the spin.
As that one's worked on the leg side by Rees, maiden over, flows through. 152 for 344 overs remaining. Temperatures 11 degrees or so according to the Met Office. Probably feels a bit chillier than that in these blustery winds. Not pleasant at all. As Glamorgan have a little committee meeting or two. The two batters also conferring. And time stands still here at Sapphire Gardens. You'd think they'd be rather keener to get on with it.
Yeah, talking about the chilly climes here, there's a great picture on the BBC Sport website if you want to go on the main county cricket page with live coverage of today's games. An Essex fielder wearing what looks like a combination of a snood and a balaclava to keep warm. You can just see his eyes, and that's it. If it's anything like it is here, I don't blame him. Hands in pockets everywhere we look in the field from Glamorgan's players as Mir Hamza prepares to continue his spell from the river end. He'll be coming around the wicket to Brooke Guest with several fielders in catching positions in a kind of semicircle around the right-handed batter in front of him. And Chris Cook stands up to the Pakistani left armour who comes around the wicket, is in and Guest defends comfortably.
Let's hope the hockey players are keeping warmer.
Well, at least you're running around a bit more than you do on the on the cricket field. As Hamza turns at the top of his run-up and comes into Guest, who's prodding defensively onto the offside once more. Sam Northeast does the fielding on this occasion. Yeah, you get the impression Glamorgan are just trying anything at the moment, aren't they? Cook standing up to Hamza, Crane swapping ends, seemingly more out of hope than expectation that any of these moves will yield a breakthrough, but Northeast has to try and be creative. Derbyshire look comfortable here as Hamza's in and Guest drives nicely through the offside, and he'll get 4 runs for that shot. Guest approaching his half century now. He moves on to 47. Derbyshire 156 for 3.
It's getting to feel horribly token. I'm sure Glamorgan are still straining sinews out there. There's still an outside hope if they pick up a wicket from somewhere, but 2 well set batters. Derbyshire are looking well set to go home with the 11 points.
Switch of angle from Hamza, who'll come over the wicket to Guest. He's in, just back of a length, and Guest plays that to mid-on for no run. Yeah, I guess Guest and Rees have personal milestones as well as the game to play for. The two go hand in hand really in a situation like this. The longer they bat, the more chance Derbyshire have of securing that draw. Century in the offing for both if the rain holds off. As Hamza turns and runs in from the river end over the wicket. And Guest defends once more for no run. One ball left in this over.
Well, you can hear Hamza's grunts of efforts from here, can't you? But he's toiled in vain in this innings. He's always been tidy, never given anything away, but hasn't got the breakthroughs he was looking for.
And here he comes once more over the wicket, down the leg side, and Guest tries to play at it. I'm not sure if he made contact with that. The ball runs down towards the fine leg boundary where Mason Crane does the fielding. It's gone down as byes. Chris Cook did his best to stop it, but it was a fair distance down the leg side, and when you're standing up to a pace bowler like that, you've got next to no hope of stopping it. So that's the end of the 48th over. Derbyshire 158 for 3. Still 243 needed for victory from here at an improbable run rate of 5.6.
And from the Glamorgan point of view, 7 wickets looking not quite equally improbable, but fairly improbable, as Kieran Carlson will try and change that, bowling some off breaks from the River Taff end. Just Glamorgan trying everything to break things up and maybe jolt the batter's rhythm, just give them something new, something slightly unexpected. Slip and a short leg and a close-ish cover as Carlson bowls down leg side, well taken by Cook as Rees pokes at it in vain. But as Dave was saying, I'm surprised there aren't one or two more around the bat. Carlson bowls and Rees defends back to him, and there is no run.
Yeah, there's nothing really to lose, is there? If Derbyshire were to have a remarkable burst of runs, you could always push the field back then.
He's beaten there, is Lewis Rees. A rare case of ball-beating bat as he groped forward to Carlson and through it went to Chris Cook. Here is Carlson bowling his off-spin around the wicket to the left-hander. It's on leg stump, but just knocked to Harris at backward square, and there's no run. 158 for 3. 42 overs remaining. After this, sunshine at Sophia, in the wind and chill as well, as Rees defends one to backward point. There are a few spectators left in the shade down beneath us, because it's probably pretty arctic there. Hope for better weather for Derbyshire supporters as they entertain Leicestershire on Friday, as that final ball of the over is struck firmly by Rees, but almost straight to Crane at mid-on. Guest has 47, Rees has 53, Derbyshire 158 for 3. With 28 minutes to go until the tea interval.
There's one thing about Carlson, he gets through his overs fairly quickly.
Switching to the river end, Mason Crane.
And as we've just heard on the public announcement system, Mason Crane is returning to the river end where he did his damage in the first innings, picking up 4 wickets on his Glamorgan debut. Wicketless so far in this second innings. If anyone's going to turn it on this pitch, it's the leg spinner, and he has managed to turn a few sharply so far. Can he yield wickets from one of them now as he's in to Guest, who drives well through the covers, and he'll get 4 runs for those, and a fine way for Brooke Guest to bring up his half century. He moves on to 51. Derbyshire 162 for 3, and looking comfortable as they look to hold on to a draw here in Cardiff.
Yes, Guest has been more the entertainer of the two. That's his 10th boundary, coming off 64 balls, the half century.
Crane at the top of his mark with 2 slips for the right-handed Guest. Here comes the Hampshire Loney over the wicket. Guest defends but misses. He moves back onto the back foot, and the fielders have their hands on their head there as we see a replay of that delivery. Really flighted it nicely there, Crane. Pitched middle and off and left Guest completely. Here is Crane again. Again, floating it up this time. Guest manages to dab it down defensively. Crane rubs the ball on his trousers as he makes his way back to the top of his run-up and comes back in to Guest, who sweeps. The fielders are interested, but it's a fairly clean contact, and Guest will return for 2 runs, taking his tally to 53. Derbyshire 164 for 3 in the 50th over. So Brooke Guest and Derbyshire as a collective scoring at a fair rate, considering this is a day where they've been required to try and save the match. Here's Crane over the wicket again, and Guest just dabs that down for no run. 1 ball left in the over. And Nick seems to have solved the rumbling noise that you may have heard. Apologies if so. Crane makes it to the stop of his mark once more, and he runs into Guest, who's sweeping once again. Backward of square, and there's a chase on for Zain ul Hassan towards the boundary, which he'll make quite comfortably in the end. The batters will return for a 3rd run. So at the end of the 50th over, Derbyshire are 167 for 3. They require a further 234 to win, but in truth their eyes are set on the draw, and as things stand, the draw seems like the likeliest outcome.
Emir Evans says, before I go, with Hamza tidy but wicketless, there's only one thing to do: drop him from my fantasy team so that he takes 5 on Friday. Another word from Dav Pritchard, and he'll be joined by Dave Fletcher.
Well, I can sympathise with Emir there. My own county championship fantasy team has toiled to no avail this particular game week. We'll try again next week. But it's
fantasy sport, a blight on society. Discuss.
it's a good way of getting people into county cricket, Dave.
No, it's not. It's just an absolute waste of time.
Well, that's true as well. As Carlson continues from the Cathedral Road end.
Brooke Guest has got a fascinating history when he gets to 50, because he had it's the 13th time he's got to 50. The previous 12, 7 have been converted into hundreds. So he has 7 hundreds and 5 50s, which is relatively unusual.
Absolutely, as Carlson comes in over the wicket to Guest, who's back and defending for no run. Well, he's looked very accomplished today, isn't he? He's hasn't really had many scares. A couple of Mason Crane deliveries have turned quite decisively away from him, but it's been a composed inning so far from Guest, who's facing Carlson and leaves that ball outside the off stump. Here is Carlson once more, halfway through his over. Bowls it on a length, and Guest works onto the leg side and declines the run.
I also have news of the Derbyshire supporters and their whereabouts. They're indoors watching it on the stream because it's too cold outside, but there was a big cheer when Rees got to his 50, I'm told.
Carlson is in and Guest defends.
The only issue I've got is that given the people who I know who are indoors from the messages that I've received, fairly soon they'll be dancing on the tables and singing. So good luck to anybody else who's in there.
Here comes Carlson. Guest works it onto the onside and no ball called. Unusually for the off-spinner.
Dear, oh dear. I don't think they've spotted it in the scoreboard, and yes, they have now. No ball.
Bruins what would have been a maiden for Carlson. He bowls his last ball again, and this time Guest defends. Derbyshire 169 for 3.
It's just gone up again. No, that was the no ball. I think no, it's gone back down again. Where's it going to stop? Where's it going to stop? It's like roulette. Could be anything. Could be anything. I suppose the only important number is 40 overs remain. These two have probably, if the rain holds off, have probably got an hour and 20 minutes in which to get their 3 figures, if that is in their minds, which it may well be. I know Lewis Rees had that failure in the first innings, but I think 5 out of 6 centuries in innings would be a fairly decent thing to have on your CV against one county. I'm sure he'd be delighted having got a duck in the first innings as well if he were to get that. Always good to start the season well, then your average is okay and you can sort of build on it then, can't you? So at the moment Lewis Rees's average is 26 or thereabouts, and Brooke Guest's is a bit more than that, 28. Oh God, I shouldn't have started that. 29. So they've got a chance to build as Mason Crane begins a new over from the River Taff end, and Lewis Rees adds another run to his tally, moves on to 54, and Derbyshire 270 for 3. But again, not a huge number of close fielders. People next door in the stream room having a look at where those clouds are coming from. I can't quite see them from here. It doesn't look too bad at the moment. And while we're here, we might as well be watching some cricket, mightn't we? I always think.
Absolutely.
The rain at lunchtime was quite just at the end of lunchtime, really, wasn't it? It was spectacular. The ground staff had managed to cover the square, which was excellent. Here's Crane, bowls to Brooke Guest, who drives it into the ground. Crane sticks out a left hand and parries it, preventing them from going for a single. It looks as though all 4 matches this week, on top of all 4 matches last week in the second division, might end in draws. Crane bowls to Guest, who plays it straight back to the bowler. And there's no run, which means that nobody's either made too much ground or lost too much ground. Both sides here would take 11 points from a draw, as Guest defends the next one from Crane into the onside. Glamorgan would move to 24 points and join Northamptonshire in 3rd place. Derbyshire would move on to 19 and tuck themselves just behind the leading pack. Of course, no bonus points last week. You don't get many of those if you don't play. Guest waits, and that one is a full delivery that's driven into the offside to Dan Douthwaite, who now finds himself at short extra cover. He's ticking them off, the various fielding positions. Douthwaite. As Crane comes in again to complete his 15th over of the innings. It's dabbed away into the offside, stopped by a tumbling billyroot. Guest pinches the strike with the single that moves him on to 57. Rees has 54, and Derbyshire 171 for 3. The next milestone is the partnership, which currently stands at 92. There are 39 overs left in the day.
Yeah, you mentioned there the fact that there are draws up and down the county championship at Division 2 and Division 1, and I guess with the game here moving quite quickly on the first 2 days, it kind of adds to the flatness, doesn't it? That this kind of less exciting.
There was an opportunity, wasn't there,
yeah,
for one of these two teams to move to the top of the table, really.
But as it happens, we look to be heading for a draw as Kieran Carlson continues and is into Guest, who shovels that onto the offside off his bag foot, and he'll go through for a single. There's the old pecan theory, isn't it? It's whatever you feel towards the end of something that is your pervading kind of takeaway from the game. And yeah, unfortunate that today and yesterday, flatter pitch, rain delays, bad light delays, as Carlson is in. Yeah, after what was a very intriguing kind of first 2 days.
No question. I thought it was an excellent game of cricket for the first 2 days. Ball on top.
As Carlson comes in and loops that one up, and Lewis Rees just helps it along its way.
He tried.
I thought he had. Light is fading. Carlson is around the wicket to Rees. He'll try again, and he manages to connect this time. I was just one step ahead with the last ball, and Rees will return for a second run.
My question to you now is, what's going to happen with this next delivery, Dav? I'm saying a block. And he blocks this one.
I think you'd be right there, Dave, as Carlson is in.
There we go. Beautiful.
Someone asked Dave for the lottery numbers.
You know, I've never done the lottery.
No?
No, mug's game, isn't it?
Probably wise with the odds on offer.
Yeah, they're not great.
Carlson comes around the wicket to Rees, who defends off the back foot. Well, he actually drives through the covering field and will get a single to finish the over. So after 53 overs, Derbyshire 175 for 3. They trail by 225 runs. For those of them interested, they like to believe in these things. Run rate almost 6 if they were to pull off.
Yeah, well, it's still on. I'm confident. It is a thought, isn't it? I mean, I've had a message from somebody back in Derby saying settling for the draw. I think to start with it was battling for the draw. And now they look like they really should get a draw from here. Would they? Could they? Any more time taken out of the game? I mean, we did lose 13 overs with the rain delay after lunch. You throw those back on, and it's still unlikely, clearly. But there are there's nothing happening with the pitch at all for the bowling side. As Mason Crane begins a new over at the River Taff end, the first ball is defended back to him by Lewis Rees.
It's just a boundary and a couple of singles and over, isn't it? When you say it like that, it seems quite simple, but of course, in a fairly long boundary square.
Crane bowls, that is driven straight back down the ground for 4 runs by Lewis Rees. Nice shot. Hits the boundary rope now. James Harris just jogs after it. He knew he was never going to catch it, and Rees moves to 61 rather. Derbyshire 179 for 3. Because the one thing you can do in first class cricket is if all of a sudden they thought, hang on, Derbyshire are getting a boundary and a couple of singles, put everybody on the boundary. I know they can take singles then, but no restrictions, of course, as Rees punches the ball straight back to Mason Crane from the next delivery. Field it cleanly, but does stop the ball. And there's no run. The partnership did go to 100 with that boundary. It's teed it up and completely forgot about it. And comes Crane again. Rees pushes it back to him. First century stand of the season. There wasn't one in the first innings, was there, from Derbyshire? I'm fairly sure.
No,
76.
76 the highest. So yeah, the first century stand of the season for Derbyshire. As Rees turns this next delivery straight to Sam North East. And again, there's no I'll try and get he might announce the figures, will he? The PA man. Who knows? Crane in. It's defended by Rees. And there is no run. Oh dear. Roger Green from Chesterfield, 179 for 3. As a Derbyshire member, I'm just a bit concerned about the commentary team's use of words such as likely and probably when discussing Derbyshire's chances of securing the draw in Cardiff. Having watched Port Vale go from winning position to losing 4-2 against Exeter on Saturday, I no longer have any confidence in my team's ability to hold on to any advantage in sport. Okay, Roger. Fair point. But they ought to hold on for a draw here, Derbyshire. If they don't, questions will be asked. And even if they do, questions will be asked, obviously. But, yeah. My commiserations to you on Port Vale's capitulation, but obviously from a Burton Albion standpoint, I was delighted.
And Aaron Donald's on the balcony thinking, 6 and over, this is doable.
Well,
get me in.
Well, he is the one player you'd have thought, oh, these two are batting quite nicely.
Carlson is in to Guest, who prods almost nervously outside off stump. He hasn't played many false shots today. Brooke Guest, that was less than convincing on that occasion, but no harm done as Carlson makes his way back to the top of his mark and ambles in over the wicket. Full delivery, which Guest blocks. Carlson for a moment thinks it might have brushed the pad first, but nothing doing. Here is Carlson again. Brooke defending on the back foot this time. The ball appeared to maybe keep low just a touch.
Mr. Webb preparing for a quick getaway.
Carlson is in once more. Guest defending again.
Packing all his belongings in a suitcase behind us. A suitcase which I always imagined was full of ties, given the variety he has worn this week.
Carlson bowls a full delivery, which Guest drives onto the offside for 1 run.
160 deliveries for the century stand between Guest and Rees, which is a decent effort. Tidy enough strike rate, that.
Absolutely, yeah, they've scored at a decent rate in this innings, Derbyshire, as Carlson bowls to Rees, who's content just pushing the ball defensively to the offside. No run. That brings the 55th over to a close with Derbyshire 180 for 3.
I know it's the software used, it's used by all counties, but it always makes me laugh that the target remains on the TV screen. 401, they still need another 221 to get to that. They have 36 overs, which tells you that they won't get there. At over 6 runs and over. Umpire Bailey just stretching with square leg. Neil Bainton at the River Taff end takes Mason Crane's sweater and puts it wherever umpires put sweaters. There's a little hook in their white coat, and he's ready. As is Mason Crane. He's bowling to Lewis Rees, who's on 61, and Rees just guides this ball out to the cover boundary, and they go through for a comfortable single. 181 for 3. 8 minutes until tea, which is on the final day, always at 20 to 4, no matter what. Which would leave us with a final session of around 32 overs or so. So it means that Glamorgan have got through their overs at a decent rate as well. They are +5 on the over rate. I'm not sure they've got through them that quickly. So no danger of either side losing any of the 11 points that they're going to get from this match when they eventually shake hands.
Yeah, I think Carlson on his own has contributed to that over 8. He's got through his overs very quickly. Crane marginally less so. Longer run up.
Crane is in, balls to the left-handed Rees, who flicks it into the leg side out towards the straightish mid-wicket boundary for 4. Not a great delivery from Crane. Northeast put the dive in, and it's now absolutely chucking it down. Rees moves on to 65, Guest has 60, and the stumps are being removed. The rain has arrived again, with Derbyshire on 185 for 3. Disappointing. This might be terminal, who knows. They will take tea, I'm sure, during this rain delay, and they will assess, but we will probably lose at least another 3 overs, I would have thought, given that we lost, 13, and that rain delay after lunch. A day which started with Derbyshire needing 361 runs from 92 overs. They were 40 for 1. David Lloyd went for 24, a brilliant piece of fielding from Mason Crane. It was 43 for 2 at that stage. Wayne Madsen was bowled by James Harris for 25, 79 for 3. Since then, Lewis Rees on 65, Brooke Guest on 60 have taken Derbyshire up to 185 for 3. As you might be able to hear in the background, the hover cover is brought onto the field. Derbyshire 185 for 3, as I say, and tea has indeed been taken with 35 overs and 4 balls remaining in the day. So if we can get back out in 20 minutes, we might not lose anything. Derbyshire probably wouldn't be too disappointed to lose 3 overs in their bid for a draw. Gloucestershire, well, they're still just 4 down. Ollie Price 145 not out, James Bracey 92 not out. They need another 207 runs to beat Yorkshire, but more importantly, it looks like they're going to hold on for a draw. So all 4 matches in Division 2 may well end in draws in the second round of matches, as they did in the first round of matches. Tea taken, so if and when they return after tea, Duff, I think we'll be back then.
See you then.
I've got some tea time scores from the other games around the country where play is taking place. We'll start at Dunstable with the opening day of the second 11 championship game between Glamorgan and Northamptonshire. Northampton won the toss, invited Glamorgan to bat. It's been an on-off day as far as the weather is concerned. Currently, Glamorgan, after 24 overs, are 92 for 2. The men out, Tom Bevan, who made 44, and Will Smale, who made 34. In the Vitality County Championship, no play today at Trent Bridge, so the game involving Nottinghamshire and Worcestershire ends in a draw. It's tea time at the Utilita Bowl, where Hampshire are 119 for 4, leading Lancashire by 2 runs. Then on the cusp of tea at Edgbaston, where Durham are now 182 for 4, leading Warwickshire by 1 run. It's tea time at Chelmsford, where Kent are 79 for 5. They still require a further 296 runs to beat Essex. It's tea time as well at Bristol, where Gloucestershire are 293 for 5, still requiring 205 runs to beat Yorkshire. And it's tea time too at the Oval, where Somerset are currently 320 for 7, leading Surrey by 428 runs. As far as refreshments are concerned, a reminder that a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. This is a new initiative for 2024, and that means the Lewis Lounge on the top floor of the National Cricket Centre is now a viewing area for members only. Snacks, however, can still be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school, which is on the ground floor of the National Cricket Centre. The Glamorgan Club shop, run by Missouri Sports, is still open. It's opposite Gate 2 and will be closing just before the close of play. As always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, plus a range of recently published cricket books. If you're seeking a copy of the 2024 Glamorgan yearbook, they are available for purchase from Resumption. That's situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, and that's where you can also obtain a copy of Chris Cook's testimonial brochure. It's available for a minimum donation of £5.
Welcome back for the final session of this county championship game between Glamorgan and Derbyshire in the Vitality County Championship Division 2, where we are heading inexorably, it would seem, towards a draw. Derbyshire 185 for 3. The nominal target is 401. Glamorgan needs to take 7 more wickets. They failed to do so during the truncated afternoon session. And there are 35.4 overs nominally remaining in the game. And probably an hour's cricket remaining in the game, unless Glamorgan can make a couple of breakthroughs in that time, you would have thought. Guest is 60, Rees is 65, and Dave Fletcher is somewhere between the two, as am I.
Yes, closer to Guest at the moment than Rees, but working my way towards Rees. Very good. I hadn't thought of that. I wish I had.
Would you like to continue, since you have to leave us fairly?
Yes, there are 4 balls remaining of the Mason Crane over that started just before it hammered it down for about 5 minutes. The crowd have emerged from the wherever they've been sheltering to there's a phone box around the back. They've now come out to watch the remnants of this match as Crane is in around the wicket, the ball to Rees, who gets a full toss and punches it up to mid-on, and there is no run. Partnership worth 106 between these two. They were wobbling a touch, you might say, at 79 for 3 when Wayne Matson was bowled by James Harris, but I think you could count chances or false shots as this next one is swept by Lewis Rees for 4 runs to backward square leg. Really nice shot from Rees. You could count the false shots on the fingers of one hand almost since lunch. That was a really nice shot from Rees. Mason Crane thought it was going to be out.
Wasn't a bad ball, actually.
No, good shot though. Really good shot of a man who wants to banish the memory of the duck in the first innings. He's certainly done that. We'll leave here with an average at around 35, unless he's not out, and then in which case it'll be around 70. In comes Crane and bowls to Rees. Again it's a full toss, and again he punches it up to mid-on. Can do no more with it than that.
Yes, this hasn't been as successful as the first innings for Mason Crane. 4 for 60 first time round. 0 for 91 now.
It is 17th over. This is the final ball of it, and Rees goes back and pushes it up to mid-off to complete the over. Derbyshire 189 for 3 we now have, although we don't. 34 overs remaining. The Guest has 60, Rees has 69. There is still time for one or both of these Derbyshire batters to get to 3 figures, I fancy.
Yeah, they'll fancy it, won't they, this early in the season? Having a century at this point would certainly do the averages good. Carlson to continue then, as he was before lunch. Update for BBC Radio Wales, likely to happen in a few minutes' time. But Glamorgan now hoping rather than expecting the breakthrough. Carlson with a slip and a short leg bowls to Guest, who's pushing forward, and there is no run. Yep. So Carlson into his 8th over. He's been tidy, and he's defended again by Guest. So James Harris, the only wicket taker in this innings. Mason Crane with a run out of David Lloyd, as that is floated up by Carlson and hammered by Guest out towards the cover boundary, and it just about makes it over the ropes on one of the longest parts of the ground in front of the indoor cricket school away to our left. The outfield has slowed up due to the showers that we've had, but he hit that one very firmly. Derbyshire 193 for 3. Almost halfway to their target of 401. Carlson into bowl, Guest forward to a better delivery. It's a no ball. They really shouldn't be bowling those at off spin pace. 195 for 3. Carlson bowls again. Guest stretches forward and defends. And there is no run. Cook comes out from behind the stumps to retrieve it. As Carlson in, bowls on the back foot. Guest plays it into the offside. Ball trickles out into the covers. Fielded by mid-off. And Glamorgan starting to look a little bit miserable out there now. Shorter from Carlson and knocked away on the leg side by Guest. So the one scoring shot was the boundary in that over, plus 2 from the no ball. So Derbyshire have galloped on to 195 for 3. Guest 64. Rees is 69. 33 overs remain in the match. Glamorgan's over 8 is plus 5, so they're not going to get deducted points for that. And you would assume that hands will be shaken somewhere around 5 o'clock.
There's a change of bowling at the river end, coming on to bowl for Glamorgan.
So we're going to see Zain Ul Hassan for the first time in the match bowl his medium pace. Radio update to follow. This game almost certainly heading for a draw in the next hour. Derbyshire 195 for 3, having been set a target of 401. That was always unlikely. Glamorgan bidding to take 9 wickets today, but they've just got 2. Second for James Harris and a run out. And Lewis Rees, 69 not out, Brooke Guest, 64 not out, have steered Derbyshire safely through the afternoon session. It's likely to end in handshakes around 5 o'clock. Derbyshire 195 for 3. As Derbyshire take a single as Rees knocks it out towards mid-wicket, and Dave Fletcher returns to commentate on Ul Hassan.
Yes, I've never seen him before.
Military medium.
Yeah, no, that's saving the bowler's legs for 4 days of toilet wantage road coming up next for Glamorgan. Dear, oh dear.
Doesn't bear thinking about.
Not really. Here is Ul Hassan there, bowling to Brooke Guest, who's on 64, and he defends that delivery.
To explain that reference, Northants against Middlesex was called off today, with the first day producing 1,100 runs for, what was it, 7 or 8 wickets overall?
Yeah, just something ridiculous.
Something like that, 8 wickets, I think.
Madness.
Ul Hassan did bowl at Lord's, 0 for 32.
Yes, 1,105 for 8 at Northamptonshire, as Guest defends the next delivery from Ul Hassan, straight back to the bowl. He bends down and parries the ball. So Gloucestershire have lost a 5th wicket now. The 300, have you mentioned that?
No, I haven't.
Oh, that's excellent, sorry.
No,
I'm always concerned when I come back from next door that somebody's mentioned.
No, I haven't been through the other scores.
302 for 5 now. Gloucestershire against Yorkshire at Bristol. That one's down the leg side, nicely taken by Chris Cook, moving sharply to his left. That's the only other game going on, because Leicestershire, Sussex and Northamptonshire, Middlesex ended in high-scoring draws. Grace Road saw nearly 1,200 runs as well, although 20 wickets did fall. It's not quite enough to get you a positive result either way. Ul Hassan in and bowls to Guest, who is wrapped on the pad, and there's appeals from everybody bar the wicket-keeper and Ul Hassan, which tells you that it was never going to be given.
Do you think by Friday we'll have got to the stage where we and supporters and those on social media can't say anymore we shouldn't be playing cricket at this time of year?
Well, yes, I mean,
we'll be into the 3rd week of April.
It has been disproved that we shouldn't be playing cricket at this time of the year. As in comes Ul Hassan, and it's driven, nicely fielded by Dan Douthwaite, who's fielding at extra cover, and it's the end of the over, 196 for 3. Rees has 70, Guest has 64, 32 overs to go, so 16 overs until they can pretty much shake hands. Of course, Derbyshire can't declare because they'd lose.
They would,
which would be foolish.
Careless.
Can you imagine? Yeah, call them in. Come on.
Yeah, we've had enough. All right.
In you come. In you come. Hampshire's lead is 22 at Southampton. They're 139 for 4. Somerset's lead is 178. They're 321 for 7 against Surrey at the Oval. That's an interesting game, potentially. I would urge you to stay with us rather than go to Birmingham, where Durham are 233 for 4. They lead by 52.
Carlson around the wicket, full pitch ball. Ooh, Rees turned it to short leg, who threw it back very rapidly to Chris Cook, just in case Rees had overbalanced. Tribe, the sub, is still the man under the lid at short leg.
Smart piece of work.
Carlson bowls, and Rees plays that out into the offside. There's no run. Tribe, no doubt, still at the stage of his career where he's just thrilled to be out there in the middle in first-class cricket, even if he's not officially a partaker in the match. He's got a catch to his credit as Rees defends one on the offside, and there's no run.
No, I'm enjoying it. Even at my advancing years.
On the back foot goes Rees. Cuts straight to point. No run.
I thought you dropped off for a minute then.
Not yet. Maybe in September.
Stunned by the fact that somebody's enjoying it.
As Carlson is in to bowl, and that's nudged in the offside by Rees. No run. Guest is facing the wrong way at the non-striker's end, practicing a few shots, which he may play in a moment. Now he turns round and watches Carlson bowling to Rees, who plays it very gently to the scampering crane at mid-on. And Carlson maiden passes by, unheralded by many. Derbyshire 196 for 3. Needing a mere 5 runs to be halfway to their target.
They'd have to go berserk quite soon for us to get those 31 overs in, I fancy. It would be something though, wouldn't it? I don't think either of these two batters are in any kind of mood to go berserk, and why would they be? Guest on strike on 64. Ul Hassan bowls, and it's pushed out towards the cover boundary off the back foot by Derbyshire's wicketkeeper. He moves to 65, 197 for 3.
It's good discipline by these two, isn't it? Because there's no sign of frivolity. They might be forgiven for thinking, oh, I can get a cheap 100 here, but they're just knocking it around, picking up the runs when available.
Rees on strike now. Ul Hassan bowls to him around the wicket. It's driven into the offside, but straight to the fielder, who is northeast.
Add 2 wickets to the score, the old saying, but even then I think Glamorgan would have to work really hard to take another 5 on top of that in the space of 30.
Well, yeah, they need wickets pretty quickly now, don't they? We've got to the stage, and Derbyshire were in the same position yesterday. Ul Hassan bowls to Rees, who goes back and punches it up to mid-off. Derbyshire were in exactly the same position yesterday when Glamorgan were batting in their second innings. They needed wickets, and nothing was happening for anybody in on one of the more bizarre pitches we've seen for some time, that took spin and turned square before lunch on day 1, and now has died completely as Ul Hassan bowls to Lewis Rees, and it's pushed up by the left-hander to Kieran Carlson at mid-on.
The young Gloucestershire player, Ollie Price, has got another career best of 147. He was the 5th out though. Bracey 94 not out. 5 wickets. Yorkshire have to take. Gloucestershire have to preserve.
Well, Hassan in, and that one is guided by Rees to point. Mason Crane is the fielder there. It's a Tribe just having a rest from his short leg duties out on the cover boundary. There is a man on the mid-wicket boundary as well, a long leg. Man at mid-wicket. Cover, mid-on, mid-off. Nothing startling. Final ball of Al Hassan's second over is driven by Rees up towards mid-off. And that concludes the over. With 30 to go, 197 for 3 Derbyshire, 65 to Guest. 70 to Rees, their partnership now worth 118. Donald, Dahl, Thompson, Tickner, Chappell and Connors still to come, although those last 3 not necessarily in that order. I think in the first innings it was Chappell, Connors, Tickner.
Yes, correct. At Chelmsford, Essex are probably the most likely side to record a victory in this round of the County Championship. Kent are 5 down, needing a further 278, but Essex needing another 5 wickets, and the batters at the wicket, Joe Denley and Jaden Denley.
Ah, is that uncle and nephew?
I believe so. As Carlson bowls and Guest is back on his stumps, playing on the leg side, and there's no run.
Sam Northeast threw the ball and it missed Kieran Carlson by an inch, but Carlson went down clutching his head.
Carlson bowls, knocked away on the leg side by Guest for a single, out towards deep square. 198 for 3, Guest to 66 not out. You would have thought maybe in 10 overs time, maybe about 20 to 5, when the pressure's eased a bit, they might start going for their centuries.
Yes.
As that's driven by Guest back to Rees back to Carlson. The ball is now coming off the bat with decidedly leaden thud. As Carlson bowls, driven by Rees to cover, and there's no run. And technically Glamorgan could avail themselves of a new ball, but I don't think we're going to get that far. Another 20 overs. I think they'll be off by then, and in the shower. Cut nicely into the offside, but not quite timed well enough for Rees to actually get any runs. 198 for 3. Rees on 70. Duck in the first innings, but a mere 590 for 2 against Glamorgan last year. Carlson bowls, Rees defends to cover. No run, single off the over, 198 for 3. Guest has 66. Rees has 70, 29 overs left in the match.
I have nothing to add.
Your Honour.
Everything you said was absolutely correct, to the best of my knowledge. Zainul Hassan is going to continue from the River Taff end. Why wouldn't he? He's bowled 2 overs for 2 runs, 1 in each. There's the 2 batters, Lewis Rees and Brooke Guest, just punch gloves. Good to see some things never change. And the sun is glorious at Sophia Gardens. Rain,
as always.
Rain. Here comes Al Hassan and bowls to Guest. That one's turned into the leg side for a single. Guest moves to 67, 199 for 3. So stand by to remove hands from pockets out there.
You have to say, though, that we've had enough cricket in this match to give the teams a chance of a result, haven't we? We've lost a few bits and pieces to showers and bad light here and there, but we've probably had more than most grounds.
Yes, absolutely. We sneaked on the Sports Extra twice. Rees waits on 70. That's a full toss down the leg side. Brilliantly taken by Cook, who removes the bails. Rees hasn't left his crease. Fine piece of work now from Chris Cook, who at this moment has the only century in the match, of course. 126. Not out. As Ul Hassan bowls up, and he's carved by Lewis Rees backward of square on the offside. I think that is Ace of Tribe running round the boundary. It is. He does the fielding, and the batters get back for 2. Rees moves to 72, and the 200 is up for Derbyshire. Thank you. 201 for 3. And the Derbyshire supporters are either back in their rooms or having taken cover and watching it on the stream. He reaches for this next delivery, Lewis Rees, and mistimes the shot completely. The ball dribbles out into the offside, fielded by Sam Northeast.
They'd probably have checked out their rooms, wouldn't they?
That's a good shout, actually. Yes, they probably would have done. I have no idea where they are then. Sitting in the back of a car somewhere. Here is Ul Hassan bowls, and that one is edged past Cork. Couldn't react, couldn't have time to react. They're going to come back for a couple here. So a false shot from Lewis Rees as he moves on to 74. It's fielded there by Colin Ingram. He just stretches his shoulder a bit and does it again. 203 for 3. The race is on for the first Derbyshire Centurion. 2024. I'm desperate for something exciting. Here is Ul Hassan in and bowls to Rees, who pushes this one out into the offside northeast fields. It's the end of the over. We have 28 remaining. Derbyshire 203 for 3. Guest has 67. Rees has 74. Batters have a chat in mid-pitch. And Kieran Carlson removes his cap.
I wonder if we're going to see any even more occasional bowling from Glamorgan.
Billy Root, will he have a go?
Billy Root's bowled a few overs of spin now and again. Sam Northeast, you know, a match is dead when Sam Northeast comes on. Chris Cook bowls absolute nonsense now and again.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of waiting around for him to take his pads off, though.
Carlson then in glorious sunshine, but it's actually pretty chilly, is in to bowl, and there's a strangled shout from short leg as Gast pushes forward. Short leg, leg slip and slip.
A little late for all the men around the bat.
Thought they might have kept those there for rather longer earlier in proceedings. Guest defends on the back foot, plays it back to Carlson. No one else has to be involved in the proceedings. Carlson marches back busily, going at 2 and over at the moment. Carlson, as Guest stretches forward and defends, and having been quite adventurous earlier in his innings broadcast, he was almost to run a ball for a while. He has calmed down considerably as he goes onto the back foot and dead bats it back down the pitch to Carlson.
Yeah. Perhaps he was told, don't get out, mate.
Presume that would have been in the nature of Derbyshire's instructions from the first ball today. Short and flatter from Carlson, turned into the leg side by Guest, but not enough to beat Northeast at mid-wicket. No run. Carlson, right arm off spin over the wickets, floats that one up, and it's carved away. Where's that one ended up? At the third man?
He hasn't got the legs to get to the boundary, though.
James Harris picks it up. The ball had stopped, and they're through for 2 runs. Not necessarily where Gast was looking to hit it. Or was it 3? 3, thank you, Dave. Gast moves on to 70 and therefore retains the strike. 206 for 3.
The substitute fielder for Glamorgan is Cian Davis.
Cian Davis.
Cian Davis.
Young Academy come second 11 player. Saw a bit of him in the field last season, so he obviously enjoys filling in.
I think being called Kean, he's unlikely to be a veteran. It's a newish name, isn't it, really? So Guest is on 70, Rees is on 74. There are 27 overs at their disposal. Well, there probably aren't. And Zainul Hassan is bowling to Brooke Guest, who defends it back into the onside, but it's fielded by Sam Northeast. The excitement, I'm afraid, is elsewhere.
Is there any excitement elsewhere?
No, there isn't. I've just had a quick look. None at all. Gloucestershire still 5 down.
Kent up at Essex.
Kent 5 down.
The Battle of the Bridge.
In comes Ul Hassan, bowls to Guest, who plays it into the leg side, and there is no run.
Actually, that brings back bad memories of last season. I was heading for Chelmsford, having been staying in South London overnight, and my car radiator was not in the best of shape, and I very nearly overheated in a couple of tunnels.
That's not good.
My blood pressure was not good by the time I got to Chelmsford, just about in time.
It's the width of the southern section clearly outdoes the length of the northern group.
Yeah, Essex and Kent don't feel like they should be in the same section as Glamorgan.
Go back to 3 groups, make it more local. Just an idea. Ul Hassan bowls to Brooke Guest, who defends this, and it goes probably off an inside edge to Dan Douthwaite at square leg.
Yeah, you'd probably go down to 10 fixtures then, which might be a problem if you lose a couple through rain.
Yes, no, but you could play each team 3 times, couldn't you?
Potentially.
Too much cricket, of course. In comes Ul Hassan and bowls. That one's on leg stump and turned into the leg side by Guest, Northeast Fields.
Remember one season when it was 10 T20 games, which of course are the most lucrative, and 5 of Glamorgan's 10 were rained off.
Ooh.
So you think, where are you going to make the money from?
There have been seasons when 5 rain-offs would be good for Derbyshire, good result. That one's defended by Brooke Guest. Not this season, though. This is the season. Derbyshire fans, book your places at finals day. We'll be there. Samit Patel and Ross Whiteley, Mohammed Amir at the back end of it, and Aaron Donald will be there. This one is defended by Brooke Guest up to mid-off, and there is no run. A maiden over from Zain Ul Hassan, his first, 0 for 7 from 4 overs. 26 overs now remain. Guest has 70, Rees has 24, Derbyshire 206 for 3. I think this might end in a draw. The 2 umpires have just had a little chat there, just to make sure that they've got the rules and regulations firmly in their minds, so that when they remove the bails with
When can we knock this on the head?
10 overs from now, I'm not sure when they can. It's never really been explained fully to me when you can shake hands.
Yes, they talk about the last hour, but it actually usually means 16 overs, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Last hour begins when 16 overs remain to be bowled, which is, as you so rightly remark, in 10 overs' time. Carlson bowls the first of those putative 60 deliveries, and Rees takes a single off it.
He needs to face at least another 25 and get 25 more singles. Lewis Rees, Guest 5 behind him.
Yeah, surely they'd have a belt in the last few.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you? But they probably don't want to get out.
No. Would you rather be 80 not out, or risk it for 100? Carlson bowls, and Guest stretches forward, defending to squarish mid-wicket.
It's never been a dilemma I've ever been faced with.
No.
So I'm not entirely sure. Batters like red inkers, don't they?
Indeed. As Carlson bowls, back on his stumps goes Gast and knocks it away on the offside. No run.
Certainly no hint that anybody's going to go berserk with the bat at any moment.
Could come out of the blue. Carlson bowls. Gast back on his stumps, watching the gentle spin onto the bat. Defends as far as try but short leg. No run. Carlson bowls and back on his stumps goes Gast again to defend. No run once more. 3 days off, another round of county cricket Friday to Monday next week. Let's hope it's a little bit warmer. Gast defends on the leg side, no run. And Carlson's finished another over. 12 overs, 0 for 25. 25 remaining, which will probably actually be 9. Derbyshire 207 for 3. Gast 70. Rees has 75 to add to his considerable collection of runs against Glamorgan.
Partnership worth 128 now. It will be Zainul Hassan to continue from the River Taff end. At 207 for 3. Some high-level negotiations going on alongside me as to which Welsh voice will accompany mine for the next half hour or so, as this next first ball of a new Ul Hassan over is driven by Lewis Rees and fielded, I think, by James Harris coming round from mid-off. It's generally where he's been. Billy Root's out on the mid-wicket boundary now. .207 for 3 it remains. Kent still 5 down in the first division as this next delivery keeps a little bit low. It's perhaps too late for anything to start misbehaving, but it certainly seemed to keep a bit low. That delivery from Ul Hassan, it was kept out by Lewis Rees. Sometimes batters can make it look like something's kept low when it hasn't. Colin Ingram is doing some exercises. Now whether he's going to come back for another bowl remains to be seen, as Ul Hassan around the wicket bowls to Rees, who drives it but nicely fielded by short extra cover Sam Northeast. It's meandering now, Daff. It's meandering.
Back just in time for the grandstand finish.
Yeah, well, yes, I'm not sure. Let's look at the last 10 overs. They've scored, last 5 overs, they've scored 9 runs, Derbyshire. As Ul Hassan bowls, it's driven very pleasantly by Rees out into the offside. Northeast dives over the top of it. Harris fields it. And again, there is no run. We haven't been treated to too many boundaries since tea, which I was going to say it's a little disappointing. And Derbyshire have done well to secure the draw. As Ul Hassan is in and Rees goes on the back foot and punches it straight back to the bowler. They've done reasonably well to secure the draw. Gloucestershire still 6 down. Not much happening. Although Graham Van Buren and Ben Charlesworth are the 2 batters now. Yorkshire might still fancy their chances, as this one is driven by Lewis Rees to the right of Sam Northeast, and they do go through for a single. Rees keeps the strike with the only run from the over. He's on 76. Guest has 70. Required rate is still on the screen, 7.7. It hasn't really altered that much. It's gone from 6 to 7, which is neither here nor there. In a T20, they're absolutely, well, in a T20 they'd have too many overs. In a limited overs game, they'd be in the box seat. But Chris Cook just having a conversation with umpire Neil Bainton, I think, asking, can we not stop this nonsense? And Neil Bainton was essentially saying, well, there's nothing I can do about it. We've got to carry on to a certain time.
As Carlson continues around the wicket, and Rees moves on to the back foot, drives to Al Hassan at mid-on for no run. Yeah, this game has been the absolute epitome of meandering towards a draw, isn't it? As Carlson is in again, and Rees moves back onto the back foot and plays it nicely through mid-wicket for 4.
And we are treated to a boundary. It wasn't a great delivery, was it?
No, it was
Carlson
short.
dropped it short, and Rees wasn't going to miss out on that. He's 20 away from a century. He has got time.
That does seem to be just about the only thing at stake here, if we are to finish around 5 o'clock or 16 overs remaining. Carlson is in, and Rees squirts that rather unconvincingly down to the 45, but he'll get a single for it. Takes him on to 81. Derbyshire 213 for 3.
Yeah, false shot. Don't see many of those throughout the course of the day. Don't see many of them for the last 2 days, really.
Carlson over the wicket to the right-handed guest. A slip, a short leg and a leg slip in place. He's in, and Guest just nudges that to Sam Northeast at mid-wicket. I think Northeast spoke for most people in the ground when at the end of the last over, when he didn't quite get his hand on it, he just stayed lying down facing the grass for a good minute. As Guest defends another ball from Carlson. If your captain is doing that, I think that speaks volumes, doesn't it?
Yes. Leading by example.
Carlson perseveres regardless, tosses it up, and Guest defends for no run. That's the end of the 67th over. Derbyshire 213 for 3. A draw inches ever closer.
The way today's been played, for the most part, suggests that the players really knew that trying to get 9 wickets, as it was, required by Glamorgan, was going to be extremely difficult, if not entirely impossible, and so it has proved. The 2 wickets that have fallen, one was a run out, and if it hadn't have happened they might not have got any, and the second one was Wayne Madsen, who was bowled by James Harris. And we're going to see Al Hassan continue, I think. Yes, we are. Kieran Carlson's trying to fool me by bowling at both ends. I'm not sure he's allowed to do that.
Yeah, when Harris dismissed Madsen, Derbyshire was 79 for 3, and you wondered,
yes,
perhaps even if just by dint of scoreboard pressure, it could do funny things to a player's mentality, and you wondered if Glamorgan might just kind of engineer a winning opportunity out of it. But Rees and Guest have batted very well in the circumstances.
So Al Hassan from the River Taff end bowls around the wicket to Lewis Rees, who pushes it up to mid-off. Rees has faced 185 deliveries for his 81. Guest 124 for his 70. The partnership up to 134 now from 243 deliveries. And they haven't looked troubled on too many occasions. Al Hassan bowls, played off the back foot by Rees, back to him.
What is the etiquette in terms of a draw here? Can the umpire suggest it to the captains? Do the captains have to come to that decision themselves?
It's a terrific question. I've got absolutely no idea. Because obviously, ordinarily, you go into the last hour and then the team that's batting, it's more often than not, as Al Hassan comes in, driven by Lewis Rees out to the backward point boundary, a little chase around for Ace of Tribe down there, and he gets to it, keeps them down to a couple. Rees moves to 83, 215 for 3. It's more often than not, it's only the third innings or something like that, and it's just complete. Yeah, we know. But Glamorgan haven't attacked in the way that I thought they would, so they might be willing to accept as soon as they can the shaking of hands. I don't know. Al Hassan bowls, and it's carved backward of square on the offside by Rees. Fielder there got a hand to it. Mason Crane kept them down to a single. Rees moves to 84.
Because the bowling choices and the body language suggest that Glamorgan are desperate to just bring this to a close.
Everybody wants to get off.
I guess the only two who might want to continue are the two batters, because they've got potential centuries in the offing.
Yes, well, you wouldn't have thought they'd want to shake hands at all, would you really? Al Hassan is in. That one is defended by Guest into the on-side northeast fields.
And I'm guessing David Lloyd, Mickey Arthur and the rest in the Derbyshire changing room would be happy enough to let them carry on, because it's only an hour or they're quicker getting home.
There's no point in leaving now, is there? Rush hour. Zach Chappell just sliding down the rail of the steps of the players' pavilion as Brooke Guest pushes this next delivery, the final one of the Al Hassan over, up to mid-off. 6 overs for 11. Zain Al Hassan has sent down. Guest has 70. Rees has 84. 216 for 3. 22 overs left today. So I'm trying to see who the three people are. It's the three main bowlers. It looks like Sam Connors, Blair Tickner and Zach Chappell, who are just going for a wander. 2 in shorts, and the man from New Zealand in his tracksuit bottoms and a big coat. They're probably being asked exactly the same questions we're asking ourselves. When will this end?
Kieran Carlson will continue from the Cathedral Road end. He's around the wicket to Lewis Rees, who's defending on the back foot. Yeah, fair play to the spectators who are sticking this out.
Also,
plenty of woolly hats and big coats on display as Carlson comes in again, tossing it up for Rees to work onto the leg side for no run. Yeah, few and far between, but still a smattering of fans braving the cold and the less than intriguing action on the field as things stand, as Rees defends another ball from Carlson.
exciting news. Kent have lost a 6th wicket. It's one of the Denleys, certainly.
Carlson bowls to Rees, who drives, but to Al Hassan at mid-on.
Joe Denley dismissed for 39, so Wes Agar has joined Jaden Denley out in the middle. They're still 258 in arrears. That game isn't going to finish anytime soon.
Carlson bowls to Rees, who drives off the back foot, but for no run. I see Phil Mustard's son has signed pro terms at Durham as well for this season. So a couple of familiar names reappearing on the county circuit.
Yes, makes me feel even older than I am. Graham Clark is out. Durham are 6 down now. They lead though by 91, so that game might go on for a bit.
Carlson is in, and Rees defends. So the end of the 69th over is a maiden for Kieran Carlson. Derbyshire 216 for 3.
It looks as though the game at Bristol has ground to a halt, which those of us who have to go to Bristol will know that isn't something that happens on an irregular basis. Because Van Buren has 4 from 10, Ben Charlesworth 9 from 32, and Gloucestershire, who need a further 174 or 324 for 6. My eyes were drawn, but only because of the score, to the IPL game that's taking place today on presumably an exceptionally small ground. As the umpires are coming together here, has it gone too dark to play cricket? Is Zain Al Hassan too quick now? No, I have no idea what they were talking about. Sunrisers, they've still got 2 deliveries to go, have made 278 for 3 in a T20 match. I mean, some of the scores have been mad, but on 55-metre boundaries it's perhaps not surprising. Brooke Guest on 70, Ul Hassan begins a new over, and he strokes the ball very nicely out into the offside. Well, it isn't Ul Hassan. It is Ul Hassan, because the substitute fielder, who is Kean Davis, is also wearing an Ul Hassan sweater. Just print them. Just print everybody. Can you imagine a game of professional football in the second tier sending players out with numbers that are already out there? It just wouldn't be allowed. Well, it wouldn't. It wouldn't, would it? I'm sure it's probably not allowed even in whatever the tier below the URC is, if there is a tier below the URC.
Yeah,
anyway, I'll leave that with you.
You're into the semi-pro reaches.
The looks on your faces then when I asked that question. Yeah. You said you can't do it in the National League, for goodness sake. 216 for 3. Zayn Ul Hassan bowls to Guest, who pushes it up to mid-off. There's no run.
Even the club cricket leagues in South Wales have names and numbers.
Exactly.
Nowadays, Penarth Cricket Club fielding 5 teams for the first time last year, so they got into the hundreds with their squad numbers.
I'm not a big fan of that either. Yes. Ul Hassan halfway through his 7th over, conceded just 11 runs so far. Bowls to Guest down the leg side, and did he get something on that? And he was put down by Cook. There was absolutely no reaction from anybody out in the field, so I can only imagine that he didn't. And the close-up of Neil Bainton suggests that he's as brassed off as everybody, but there's not much they can do about it. Here is that woman on the PA system has been going all day. Nice drive there from Brooke Guest, and a poor piece of fielding from Billy Root. Concentration clearly gone completely now. The ball went straight through his legs, and Guest picks up another single, moves to 71, 217 for 3. He'll be disappointed. There are standards to be maintained. It was a nice drive. Poor old Billy Root bent down to pick it up. Ended up missing it and looking to the sky. It was eventually fielded by Davis.
Yeah, it's kind of uneventful as it's been this afternoon. That's the first real bit of sloppiness.
Yeah. It's tricky though, isn't it? That one is cut away by Lewis Rees out towards Asa Tribe, one of the many substitute fielders out there now. And the over comes to an end. Rees has 85, Guest has 71, Derbyshire 218 for 3. There are 20 overs left in the day, so we might be able to finish in 4, but we don't know. Which is about right for cricket, isn't it, really? Nobody knows.
Well, that Sunrisers Hyderabad innings you mentioned has just come to a close. 286 off their 20 overs. Travis Head, 102 off 41. Does he fancy coming here and finishing the game off for Derbyshire?
Absolutely, yeah. If they can score 287 in 20 overs, there are 20 overs left here. Derbyshire are well in with a chance of victory. They're not.
Carlson to continue to Lewis Rees, who's forward defending for no run.
Perhaps we could introduce that. When we get to 20 overs to go, everybody troops off, comes back with their coloured clothing, they play with a white ball, and off we go.
Here's Carlson in, and Rees drives for no run.
If anybody from the ECB is listening, I want credit for that idea when it comes to fruition.
That bowling card in that game in the IPL not making pretty reading, as you can imagine, as Carlson continues, and Rees prods forward for no run. Rees Topley going for 68 runs from his 4 overs.
I really haven't seen the tweets from his dad about that yet. They'll be there at some point, I'm sure. Unlucky Rees. Keep going. He did pull off a brilliant catch the other day.
Carlson's latest delivery is also a dot.
I can say that with impunity. He'll be listening or watching at Chelmsford, I'm sure, Don. Big supporter of county cricket.
Carlson continues, and Oh, I said Topley drives. Lewis Rees drives on the back foot.
Oh no.
No, it was Travis Head we needed here, not Rees Topley.
No, we don't need Rees Topley. Can't have Rees Topley with a red ball in his hand.
One ball to come in this 71st over. As Derbyshire's seam bowlers make their way around the edge of the pitch. Carlson is in to Guest, who's forward, defensive. No run, and that brings the latest over in this seemingly interminable evening session to an end. Derbyshire 219 for 3.
It was only a 35 over session, but it does seem to have been going on for a long time. What would Derbyshire at tea? 185 for 3. We've raced on to 219 for 3. So 34 runs since tea. Not many boundaries. It is coming back, Colin Ingram, excellent. 11 runs in the last 5 overs. The required rate's gone up to 9 now. And the sun comes out again. So, you don't know, do you? Because of the loss of those 13 overs, and who knows if it might have changed opinions. Possibly not. When you chuck those 13 overs on there now, we're here till 7 o'clock. I'm not sure anybody wants that. Ingram then, from the River Taff end, is in bowls, and he's pulled violently into the leg side by Lewis Rees. He has got protection out there, and he only gets a single as a result. Rees moves to 87. Derbyshire 220. 4-3, excuse me. Those are tea time cakes. The densest chocolate cake I think I've ever had in my entire life. Just on the screen there, it looked like it was raining. I think it was water coming off the scaffolding at the far end of the ground. Ingram bowls, and it's guided into the offside by Guest for another single. 221 for 3. Guest moves on to 72.
I did wonder, looking at the trees, if there's just like the slightest hint of a kind of drizzle, but maybe that's my eyes.
Well, you were merely hoping.
Yes.
Everybody off. Next delivery, turned into the leg side by Lewis Rees. Kent still 6 down. Matt Critchley and Jamie Porter bowling in tandem at the moment. As Ingram bowls, that's turned into the leg side by Rees. It goes beyond Mason Crane. It's fielded out there by Mir Hamza, and fair play to Mir Hamza for still being out there. As many an overseas player would have probably said, yeah, I've just got the old universal sign for I need to come off, but he's still out there. 222 for 3 double Nelson. Partnership 143, Guest on 72, Rees on 88, and Colin Ingram bowling the 5th ball of his 4th over of the innings. He's in and bowls, and it's defended straight back to him by Lewis Rees. Oh no, Joe, don't say that. Joe Shackich, who is both a Derbyshire and a Derby County fan, and a contributor on Radio Derby, sent me a tweet. As this next one is a horrible delivery, but it does turn, and therefore it's just pushed into the offside by. It was too short. That was why it was horrible. Pushed into the offside by Brooke Guest. The over comes to an end, and we move on. Rees 88, Guest 72, 222 for 3. I'm starting to think, says Joe, Derbyshire might not win this. I've misread it, so it's not as bad a tweet as I thought it was going to be. I thought the word season would be on the end of that. Yes, no, they're not going to win this one, Joe, sadly. Good to hear from you. We'll be in touch.
Well, on that note, I'll make way for the returning Nick Webb. It's been a pleasure, Dave. I'll let Nick take us over the finish line for this glorious draw for Glamorgan.
Thanks, Daff. I'm told by Mike Hibbs that this is a record 4th wicket partnership for Derbyshire against Glamorgan as the first delivery. No disrespect, but I'll double check that.
Doesn't seem a huge number to be.
No, it's saying that the previous best was 128 Madsen and deploy in 2022. But I will check it. Carlson is in, bowls, that's pushed into the offside by Lewis Rees.
RM Kane says, much warmer watching the feed today. It would appear that even the weather can't turn the Garden Square into results wickets.
Hang on, we've got a drive here. Out into the offside by Rees, just for a single though. He moves to 89, 223, 4-3.
He says, enjoyed watching the spinners on the first 3 days though. Well, particularly the first 2.
128 Wayne Madsen and Lewis deploy in 2022. Thank you, Mike Hibbs, for pointing that out. This partnership 144. There isn't time for any more records, I don't think. What's happening here? Has the ball got wet?
They're probably wasting a bit of time so they don't have to bowl too many overs before 5 o'clock. Or before the last...
Can they actually shake then?
I think it's 16 overs or 5 o'clock. But I'm not sure which takes precedence.
Carlson bowls, defended by Guest, out into the offside, no run.
Apparently, the Sunrisers 287 for 3 is the second highest T20 score ever.
Farcical, isn't it? And the greatest league in the world. Here is Carlson, bowls, and that one is defended by Brooke Guest.
According to BBC presenter, commentator, producer Henry Moran, Mongolia's 314 for 3 against Nepal last year is the best.
Yeah. I missed that one.
Mongolia are all out for 41 in reply. No, sorry, Nepal are all out for 41 in reply.
And they're not bad. They've got a couple of good
Yeah,
players.
I thought Nepal.
They've got some good players. That
Yeah.
last ball was a dot ball,
Yeah,
incidentally.
as so many others have been today.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yorkshire need 4 wickets in the last 18 overs, we're told, in Bristol, so they're still going for it. Glamorgan need 7 wickets in the last 17 overs, but they haven't taken one since the morning session. And Colin Ingram obviously fancies practicing his bowling because he's going to continue from the River Taff end with his leg spin in a little bit of sunshine. Bowling to Rees on 89 not out as Ingram bowls, and that's driven by Rees to mid-off. How bothered is he going to be about a century, having struck 4, including a double off Glamorgan last season?
He doesn't seem to be bothered, does he?
He does not. Ingram bowls, that's wide and carved away by Rees. He'll just get one of them though, because it's been stopped by Ul Hassan out on the cover boundary, who is closest to the dressing room, lucky boy, for when they do shake hands. He can do his handshaking upstairs. 224 for 3.
It's almost too bright to play cricket now.
Oh, absolutely. Dazzling. Ingram bowls. Guest goes back on his stumps. Guest's deceleration during the course of his innings has been considerable.
Yes. Not sure why that would be.
As forward he comes again to defend. And a game really which provided plenty of interest for the first 3 and a bit days has been killed off by Rees and Guest doing their best to ensure a draw as forward comes Guest and is beaten by that one.
Yeah, what happened again?
A little bit of turn from Ingram with his leg spin. Trundling away from the River Taff end, bowls to Guest, who pushes out on the offside. Douthwaite charges round enthusiastically in the circumstances to field. And, well, we're down to the last 16 overs, but we're not at 5 o'clock, so Glamorgan will have to while their way through 4 more minutes. And 1 more over, and no one is very keen to get on with things. Who is going to bowl the last over of the day, we wonder? So Glamorgan declared yesterday at 361 for 7 with a century from Chris Cook. Glamorgan, having led by 39 runs on first innings, had 2 days of fascinating spin. Batters taking over yesterday eventually. Alex Thompson will remember this match. James Harris has had a decent match. Mason Crane in the first innings. Runs as well for Harris. Ingram with a half century. Lloyd and Madsen with 50s in the first innings, and now Guest and Rees in the second innings, as Kieran Carlson eventually takes off his cap and sweater, having had several minutes of conversation there and thereabouts. Before we head off to do interviews, a reminder that Dave will be hosting BBC Radio Leicester.
Yeah, Richard will be with us, Richard Ray.
On Friday through till Monday. And I will be travelling to join Andrew Radd of BBC Radio Northampton at Wantage Road for Northants against Glamorgan, 11 o'clock on Friday morning.
If you can't wait until Friday to hear my voice, though, and I'm sure there are people out there who can't, surely. Tomorrow evening, all frequencies from 6 o'clock live from the Pirelli Stadium, the big relegation battle between Burton Albion and Cheltenham, one not to be missed, I would suggest.
If only I were able to listen online. Here's Carlson then bowling the last over of the match, and that's driven back past him by Lewis Rees, who will pick up a cup. Did they go for a second?
No.
They didn't.
No, and the ball went through the sawdust, which slowed it down.
There was an easy 2 there.
Yeah.
So Rees is happy with a red inker rather than a century.
But it could have come back for the second. It might have been exciting.
Yes, he could have hit a couple.
Might have been exciting.
Could easily have tried to hit a couple of boundaries. 225 for 3. So good luck in your relegation struggle, or your description thereof.
Yes, no, I'll stay with the team. But
Carlson bowls to Guest, who punches it back to him, and Carlson, fair play, goes diving away to his right to save a potential 1 run off his bowling. 225 for 3. 4 balls, it would seem, left of the match. Here is Carlson into Guest, who is forward defending. It's been marvellous having your company as always.
I've enjoyed it. It's been a terrific game, hasn't it? It's just a shame that it's fizzled out like it has.
Yeah.
But it was
3.5 decent days.
Yeah.
Can't complain. We've had more cricket than most. Better than watching it rain.
Oh, yes.
Carlson to Guest, and he's beaten outside off stump. 2 balls of the match left, we believe. Thanks to Dav Pritchard, you'll be able to hear his dulcet tones again on the next Glamorgan home game.
No.
And read his football writings on the BBC Sport website, as well as today's match report. Carlson in, bowls, and forward comes Guest to defend.
And whilst I would like to thank both of you, I shall also thank Glamorgan Cricket Club, who've been very accommodating, as ever.
Our thanks to Will Smale for guesting on the first afternoon as well. As Carlson bowls, and that's driven into the offside by Brooke Guest. It is 5 o'clock. There are only 15 overs remaining of the game, and hands are being shaken. It is a draw, ladies and gentlemen. Derbyshire finish on 225 for 3, with Rees 91 not out and Guest 72 not out, and they have saved the draw very comfortably indeed. Thanks very much indeed for following us, whether on BBC stream, the county video stream, or online in any way over the last 4 days. It's match drawn. Glamorgan and Derbyshire take 11 points each. No star.
Many thanks to everyone who's been here over the last 4 days, and many thanks to you who've been here today as well. As you shortly prepare to leave Sapphire Gardens, please remember to take all of your belongings with you and to make an unhurried and safe departure from the stadium. We look forward to seeing you again. We hope you all have a safe onward journey. Thank you very much once again, Diolch yn fawr iawn for your support. Good afternoon, Prynhawn.